progress of science, but it's able to support only a fraction of the proposed research with its limited resources. So how does NSF determine which research has the greatest potential? Which would be the most fruitful investment of taxpayer dollars? Enter NSF's merit review process.
Okay, let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you and a warm welcome to the closing conference of the Skills project. The title of the conference is Skills for Modern Scientists, How to Effectively Support Researcher Development. My name is Adam Zieliński. I will have a pleasure to chair the conference today and tomorrow. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to the conference, which brings so many eminent representatives of the Polish scientific community. I would like to especially welcome directors of the two main funding agencies in Poland, Professor Krzysztof Kurzydłowski of the National Center for Research and Development, and Professor Zbigniew Błocki, Director of the National Science Center, and also foreign guests and experts who have been supporting us in the course of the Skills project. Finally, it's great to see so many familiar faces around. Many of you have been with us since the beginning of the Skills project, and I'm convinced that this is mainly thanks to you that we are able to celebrate 5 years, not only of running the Skills project, but also of being successful in it. I'd like to say that it is indeed an exceptional day for us. 5 years ago, we started a project which was for us like entering a completely new area. As you know, we, a foundation, had quite a lot of experience in funding research, but research and development activities was something new to us, and we had to learn it ourselves too. Through this conference, we would like to present you the results of the Skills project and discuss issues which have been the main themes of the whole project. We will start with a keynote speech, which will address an interesting topic of the relations between science and innovation, and then we will continue discussing other important topics such as identifying excellence in research, interdisciplinary cooperation in science, science and society relations, as well as obviously as technology transfer. And we will end up our conference tomorrow discussing the question of career paths in research and research administration. And today and tomorrow, though, is mainly about enjoying ourselves, not looking at tomorrow, but celebrating the present. So go ahead and enjoy what we have prepared for you today. I wish you all a successful meeting. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Zbigniew Błocki of National Science Center.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am very grateful for this opportunity for that our employees of the National Science Center could take part in this program. We are the youngest of the three agencies that participate and whose leaders will speak today. At this introduction, we were founded only 4 years ago with the idea of giving new life, new mechanism to Polish science, giving more competition. For that, of course, the people who work in the agency are crucial. I think we have recruited a very good team, but they obviously needed to develop skills and knowledge of countries from which we want to learn how to make good science, and from our part how to finance it. So I'm really happy that this program, so that they were able to take part in this program. I know that quite a few of them visited various places, and they learned a lot. I'm happy that now with this new know-how that they can use it in our everyday's work. I'm also happy that, well, because the I've been director for the last few months only, but it's been quite intensive. So now they actually spend a lot of time abroad, and that's great. But now they will be able to use this in our everyday's work. Of course, I hope that in the future we will further cooperate with institutions such as grant agencies from Western countries, and we have to keep in mind, and that's always been at the core of our work at the National Science Center, is to bring excellence in Polish science. And I'm very thankful to everybody that this program was definitely very helpful for that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Błocki. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Krzysztof Kurzydłowski.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue along similar lines as my distinguished colleague from Krakow, Professor Błocki. We are also extremely pleased with this opportunity for our staff to learn about procedures and more general aspects of functioning of institutions of similar nature abroad, especially that due to this program we are able to interact with the best. In this context, I would like to remind all of you, and particularly colleagues coming from abroad, that the new system in Poland was implemented only 25 years ago, and we still in many ways have to cope with remnants of the former system, which was very friendly in the sense that required that left actually no space for innovation, and simplifying also obligations towards any institution distributing public money, if there were public money those days. Anyway, we are very pleased and looking forward to perhaps some form of continuation if organizers find, as us, that this was a very useful exercise. We would be very much interested in discussions of how we may eventually continue this as achieving excellence is a never-ending task. And let me all wish you enjoyable time here in Warsaw, and please keep in mind that we are very open to further interactions within this project which comes to conclusion, but also in any possible way that may future bring to our attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kurzydłowski. And now I'd like to give the floor to my boss, Professor Maciej Żylić, President of the Foundation for Polish Science. Professor Żylić, the floor is yours.
Sounds very official, but I hope we could be not as official. I would say the previous two speakers mentioned about the program, one of the program on the FNP Academy of Science and Research Management. But this was not the only program which was undertaken under the skills. And I would like to mention and to tell you a little bit about the goals of the program when we 5 years ago tried to design a program. We have 3 challenges, and hopefully we met all these challenges, but of course this is depending of your impression, not mine. I'm usually very positive. So the first challenge is that scientists in Poland are under big pressure to produce the results. And sometimes this pressure is not even, I would say, ethical. You need to be very careful to put on young people such a big pressure, because sometimes you can receive the results which you want to, but these are not true. So this is one thing. But there's also a big pressure for commercialization. And most of us were not prepared to this. And one of the biggest goals of the skills programs was to train the people so they can commercialize their own results. And of course, not all scientists need to commercialize own results, but at least some of them who have such a willing, they should have the opportunity to do this. So this was the first challenge. And the second is a growing competition among the researchers. And this is something which also is important to train people and so they can run a big laboratories, they can apply for the big grants. This is something which is not obvious that all of us are prepared to do this. And this was the second challenge. So be really a manager in your own research group. This was extremely important, and especially for those who just opened their own first group, this was very, very crucial. And the third challenge, I think, is something which is extremely important. And we need to know that all the global challenges, such as climate change or new source of energy, cannot be solved only by scientists. Previously, scientists thought that, well, they can do it, but no. All these real global challenges need to be solved by conglomeration of people, politicians, also representative of the society. This is something which was extremely important for us to teach scientists in the communication skills, so they can talk with non-scientists and can convince them that this is what they are doing is extremely important. And they maybe sometimes have opportunity to talk with the politicians, especially before the election, because after this is more difficult. And but what is also important to notice that such a new skills which all of you received, I think this should help you to find a job on the market. This is, should say, probably 90%, I don't know exactly about the statistics, but maybe 90 or more % of people who receive a PhD in Poland are staying in academia. In Germany, only 8% of PhDs are going to academia. All other are going to the industry. And we need to change this habit in Poland. And I hope that this program also help you to find a very good job outside also academia. And you probably will talk about those challenges and maybe others in this 2 days of this meeting. I wish you a very fruitful conversation, and thank you for coming to Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Żylić, and once again, thank you, professors, for your welcome remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our special guest, Professor Charles Wessner, who accepted our invitation to the conference, agreed to give a keynote speech today. Professor Charles Wessner currently teaches global innovation policy at the Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. Previously, he served for 2 decades as a National Academy Scholar, where he founded and directed the Technology Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. He is recognized nationally and internationally for his expertise on innovation policy and advises technology agencies, universities, and governments in Europe and in many Asian countries. So, Professor Wester, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. You're very, very kind to be willing to have me join this this august group here today. I'd like to thank Professor Zilich, and I would like to thank Adam in particular for his help in bringing me here, and along with Ms. Kripta, who was my first contact with the foundation. It's a great honor to be with you, and and the topic is extremely important. So I have a few things that I'd like to explore with you together, and if you don't mind, there are 2 things we could do. Either I could read to you from one of my books, as some of the professors still do from time to time, or perhaps I could just enter into a dialogue with you. And if I step down, I'll have 2 advantages. One is I can see the screen, and secondly, I can see you, because the lights are such that I can't manage it. But you know, there's a key message that we need to think about here. If you want different outcomes, then you have to do things differently. Some of you may be familiar with Professor Einstein's suggestion that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different outcomes is one definition of insanity. And sadly enough, in many of our governments, that occurs only too frequently. And let me address the question that will be asked over coffee and maybe drinks later on. People say, well, you can't really adopt one country's programs into another, and that's right, but you can adopt and adapt them. And at any point when we're talking today, if you think that some of the things I'm suggesting won't work here in Poland, well, on the back of a piece of paper, sketch out what will work. Okay, so if Plan A doesn't work, I just want to know what Plan B is, and I hope we'll have a chance to discuss that a little bit. So why does innovation policy matter? Well, I think Professor Zilich just outlined very much why it matters. If you care about growth, if you care about climate change or global health, and these things have a discouraging way of becoming very immediate very quickly. I mean, the SARS epidemic, the HIV epidemics, Ebola, and I don't think this weekend I need to talk to you too much about the need for improved security. It's, you know, I can't help but think as an American that everyone in Europe is distressed that we listen to people, and at the same time they would very much like us to find these terrorists right away. So there is sometimes a contradiction in what one would like. One of the things that is important to keep in mind is the good news is that you're out of the Warsaw Pact and you're independent. The bad news is that you're in a very rapidly moving environment. And I want to stress to you when I'm talking to you about some of the challenges, these are the challenges that we face in the United States as well. I'm not talking about something for Poland and something different for the United States. These are the same issues and the same challenges. And there's been a very rapid change in how the world is growing. These growth of offshore research centers, the increases in Chinese science. Countries like China, but also like Singapore or Taiwan or South Korea. When I talk to American audiences, I like to joke that they're cheating. I mean, why would you invest in more support for the universities and more funding for research and more support for your students and more support for small business when really you could be debating about whether or not you should have taxes or not and keep running up deficits and charging it to the next generation. That's what we do in Washington, and we think we're very good at that. But the fact is we're charging current expenditures to our children. But governments, like the ones I've mentioned, are investing very substantial resources in the markets of the future. When I come to Central Europe, I find there's a lot of focus on doing the very best basic research. Funny, that's not exactly what they're doing. They're trying to catch up. Can any of you think of another country that worked very hard to copy from Europe in the 30s and 40s and 50s? When you were ahead of us in chemistry and even in steel manufacture and in aircraft design? Well, that was the United States of America. We were fast learners. We spent a lot on education. And of course, during the World War II, we discovered that there were really very tight linkages between our academics. And the rest of the world is trying to emulate best practices that come out of the US. You know, there's the joke that the only place in the world that's not trying to become Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. But they're looking for innovation awards, which I'll talk about, 21st century universities, regional clusters. But I think a key message, the more I talk to colleagues in universities in the Czech Republic or even in Finland, and certainly here in Poland, is this idea of directed research, whether it's basic or applied, the idea that you're actually trying to figure out something with a goal, which incidentally, I worked in the first Bush administration for a time, and Alan Bromley, a Yale professor of great repute, was asked once, what's the difference between basic and applied? And he paused and he said, well, you know, I think if you want to know that whether it's applied or basic, you should ask the professor what he's trying to do at that particular moment in time. Whether he's just looking for curiosity-driven research or whether he's... you know, I'm always amused by the Eureka program here in Europe. Not that it's... actually, it's one of the better programs, but the idea that that Eureka moment... Now, usually for major breakthroughs, the expression is, that's curious. Why did that happen? You know, the best discoveries often come out of nowhere. These are some of the best practices that we use in the US. And you know, we could spend the rest of the afternoon talking about these and some others. But strengthening partnerships between research universities and industry, by the way, they need to be actually research universities. Providing incentives for industry to cooperate. I'm looking forward to the work you have on centers coming up, and one of the questions is, how do you actually get a positive interaction? And one of the key messages I have, whatever you do, is you need to have incentives to have it happen. How many times have you heard the rector come out and talk about the importance of commercialization? But then the vice rector calls you in and asks how your publications are coming. You know, professors get the joke. You're being graded on publications, and that's what they'll do. When I mention China, some people in Europe say, well, China's huge, you know, it's 1 billion, 2 people, they've got huge budgets. Well, how about Singapore? You know, Singapore is not exactly large. In fact, it's a small island with about 4.5 million people on it. And they're investing massive amounts of money to develop a skilled R&D workforce, to draw in targeted investments. They have outstanding parks in biology and nanotechnologies. And one of the funny things about Singapore is they actually don't have enough space to have actual parks. It's a very small place. How many of you have been to Singapore? Well, that's good, and that's not enough. But their parks are vertical. They're in high rises because there just isn't space to spread out. It's not like North Carolina. But Singapore has been very successful with their investments. They started with, in the early 60s, they had a $350 per capita income. It's now over $35,000 per capita. Not bad. So they've been very successful, so what do? They keep investing. They're investing more, and they're creating new institutions. And those are two themes that you're going to hear over and over during this talk. new institutions, new ways of doing things, and new investments. Okay, that's East Asia. Any of you heard of Germany? Look at the German attributes here. Outstanding vocational training. The US is copying that now. Not looking for Googles, but really outstanding medium-sized companies, excellent networks between industry and science. So what do they do with their success? Well, Chancellor Merkel has adopted a program of 7% investment in education of GDP and 3% in R&D, one of the few countries large countries in Europe to make that. And they have an ongoing focus on manufacturing. In the US, one of our problems is we want to be the best scientists in the world, but after we've discovered this and after we've developed a product, it often isn't made inside the United States. Somebody else makes it. But the Germans are not perfect either. None of us are. They've got a real problem in the IT space and getting innovative startups and bringing them up to some scale, SAP notwithstanding. Sorry. So one of the key problems that Poland has is that you're doing well. You know, you have done arguably better than almost any European country. You haven't had a recession in as long as anyone can remember, which is utterly remarkable. But part of and when I was down in Krakow, I was told that really the per capita income in that particular region was closer to 18,000, which again is very remarkable. But the basic challenge of growth based on low cost, highly educated labor is going to be under real strain. And these are some of the things I think you need to think about doing, and I'll talk about that in the next slides. But how do we know how you increase support for universities, but you have to advocate that. I just learned a figure from one of your colleagues that I find very striking. If you want to be a knowledge economy, if you want to be a strong and independent Poland, if you want a safer, in the broadest sense, a safe society, then you need to invest in research and in development and in your children. And currently, I think you're spending about 0.8, maybe 0.9% of GDP. The Americans are spending 2.8, the Germans are spending 3%, so 3% on a much larger economy. I mean, could I pause for a second? Do you really think your fiduciary responsibility to the next generation is being fulfilled at less than 1%? The amount you have is about $800 to $900 million, and that's what Stanford University spends on R&D. Stanford, one. So I ask this in a friendly, but frankly a tough way. Something has to change. I mean, I'm a little bit off track here, but if you have growth and you have time, which track do you want to be on? Do you want in 20 years to be roughly the equivalent of France and Germany, which you can? Or do you want to be ahead of the Czechs? So, what are some of the assets that the U.S. brings? And I wanted to point out that we have both growing problems and also major assets. I would stress that we didn't sit down with a chart and invent what we needed in our innovation system. It just grew. But at the same time, there have been major steps taken at different times in our history to change things, usually for the better. One of the things that is outstanding in the U.S. system is the flexible labor markets. But the general bankruptcy laws are often cited. People always say, you know, in Silicon Valley, they don't care if your company fails. Actually, for those of you who've been to Silicon Valley, you care a lot if the company fails. But if I could just pause for a quick moment. When the entrepreneur comes home, having graduated from Stanford and started her company, and she's in tears and she tells her husband the company failed, I didn't get that next round of financing I was counting on. He gives her a hug and says, let's go out to dinner. We'll talk about what you're going to do next. Flash forward to Helsinki. When the entrepreneur comes home and says the company failed, his wife drops the dishes and bursts into tears and says, "My God, how will we ever pay back the debts? And where are we going to live?" So if your bankruptcy laws don't encourage risk-taking, don't be surprised if you don't get it. I asked a successful entrepreneur from Hungary that I met in Silicon Valley, is briefing our National Science Board, and he was very successful, and I said, "Did you ever have a failure?" He said, "Oh yes, I failed, my first company failed in Budapest." And I said, "Well, did you get a second chance?" Oh, he said, "Sure. As soon as I got to Silicon Valley, I had a second chance." I never would have had a second chance in Budapest. If I could go on with the story a little bit, his second company failed. His third company succeeded. He sold it for $400 million. He called his mother to tell her that he had sold the company, and there was a long pause on the phone, and she said, "Does this mean you don't have a job?" One of the tricks that we use, as you may have detected, is that we spend money. And we try and encourage innovation at research universities, and we don't always succeed. We bring in talent from around the world. You know, I was delighted in Krakow this weekend. I asked about 50 fledgling entrepreneurs whether or not they thought immigration, bringing in foreign talent, was a good idea. I was very impressed. Almost all the hands went up. We ought to bring you guys to Washington and try and explain how these things work. You know, over half of the startups in Silicon Valley are started by people from foreign descent, either direct or one generation, and largely they're Indian or Chinese. This is the share of U.S. R&D. When I speak in Brussels, I always like to pull this out just to make them feel good. But as you can see, it's a very significant amount. What's also interesting is how fast China, when I first started putting this up, it was 8%. And in the last few years, they're growing at 20% per annum. But the U.S. spends more than Japan and more than Germany and more than France and more than the UK combined. One of the challenges we face in Washington, and I think you face here, is this linear model, that if you spend on R&D, everything is fine. Well, many people forget the D part of R&D, but the fact is, you know, and I would bet that everyone in the room here understands this. The only people who don't seem to understand it are in your government and in Brussels. You know, this is not how it actually works. This is a better chart, and it captures some of the feedback that you often get in these systems. It also gets the new and unanticipated applications. Somebody asked me once, well, why don't you put up not a model of it, but how it actually works? And the trouble is, it looks like a plate of spaghetti, because there's so many interactions in so many different places from so many unexpected things. One of the things I'd like to mention just in passing is this is how we allocate. Some people think we spend too much on defense. At least they do until things go wrong. But almost everybody in Europe, among my friends, talks about an outstanding agency, which is the National Science Foundation. It's the little sliver up here. And we have a joke in Washington, which I'll tell in abbreviated form, but it's an old bank robber who keeps getting arrested, and finally he gets released and comes back again. And one of the guards says, "Willie, why do you keep robbing banks?" And he pauses and said, "Well, you know, that's where the money is. And if you want to work with the Americans, this is where the money is." And unlike the NSF, which can't put money overseas, both the NIH and the Department of Defense can and do. And by the way, the defense work is completely open, published work. There's nothing secret about this. It's just interesting ideas. But you have to reach out to them. One of the things that distinguishes our system is this focus on directed research with agencies that are willing to take risks, particularly DARPA, to try and develop new ideas. But Google came directly out of an NSF grant. But you know, it gets back to the university culture. I don't know whether you read the article in Fortune about 2 years ago from Sergey Brin and Larry Page. And to their credit, they were very humble about their huge accomplishments. And they told the story that they were talking to their dean, and they were afraid to try and set up their company because they thought they might fall flat on their face, and they thought it would wreck their reputations, and they thought maybe they should get their PhDs first. And the dean said, look, I understand your concern, but I'll tell you what, take a shot at it. Take a try. If you don't, you'll regret it the rest of your life, and see if it works. And then the magic words, and if it doesn't, come back and take up your PhD studies where you were. Try that in Germany. Try going in a state doctoral program if you can get an interview with your mentor and ask him, I was thinking of just leaving and starting a company for a while. In your dreams. If you do that, you'll have gone to the dark side. And there's no way back. I don't know how it is here, but I know how it should be. And I know that you have to work collectively to get that fluidity. I emphasize the scale of the U.S. research because, not to pound my chest, but to say that this is a huge opportunity for cooperation. And talking with some of your colleagues last night, you may have to set up some programs that would help facilitate, as I know you have some, but facilitate your cooperation with the U.S. system. But there's money there, and there are opportunities on a broad range of issues. And arguably, the more we cooperate together, the more we learn from each other. I don't have much time, but I just wanted to point out that in the U.S. system, we have first decreased and are now flat in our R&D budget. We have cut support for universities by 20% over state-supported universities by 20% over the last 10 years. The Congress has cut funds for universities, but they have increased regulations for them. And we're dependent on migrations. On the other hand, we have problems with improving our migration policy. It's actually kind of funny. There are great debates in Washington about how to stop all the Mexicans coming across the border. The problem is they actually have. It's a net outflow of Mexicans right now. But that would be inconvenient to talk about in the middle of the campaign, so they just keep going. But my point is, if you could imagine a cathedral of American innovation, we've got guys with sledgehammers banging at the pillars rather than building new ones. So we too have our problems. Let me now talk a little bit about universities. I don't know how many of you would agree with this, that this is what universities should do. What I do know is if this were a group of rectors, very few of you might agree with this. But you want to teach the next generation, but do it on up-to-date laboratories and do it on real market questions. It's important professors be allowed to do curiosity-driven research, and I stress that. We don't know what we're going to need next. But there are social problems and industry needs. And above all, you want to try and create market-ready students. Ideally, students who've had some, I'm a great advocate of having professors take sabbaticals to work with industry, of having interns taking perhaps an extra year and taking 6 months to actually work in industry. I was kidding our colleagues in the Czech Republic. I asked in their software department if they ever work with Microsoft. You know, there's a big facility just outside of Prague. And they said, no, why? Well, I said, well, you know, the vice president for software development for Microsoft might, you know, actually know something about software development. I mean, it's a possibility, you know. And wouldn't you want to have a well-paid sabbatical there? And wouldn't you want your interns to come back and maybe even use a research professor of practice to talk about current market developments? A key point is that some people think, I was talking to the Bundestag a few weeks ago, and when I mentioned this, I was shocked to hear them say, well, if you work with industry, then your research is tainted. And my first reaction was, do you really think MIT's research is tainted? But beyond that, the point is that industry's needs can drive research and be a source of publications. Conrad de Becker from the Catholic University of Leuven, which is not located in the United States of America, did some empirical work. It's always troubling when social scientists actually do empirical work and get the facts rather than just making up an opinion. But the point is that those teams that work with industry have higher peer-reviewed publications than those that don't. There's no trade-off. Good work is good work. It's also important for regions to get the branding. This is something I was very impressed with Krakow is working on. And if you want companies, you need both the university innovation and the early government funding. And I will talk about that. But within the university itself, you also need incentives to make sure that there is real encouragement. With this change of government that you've just had, I think it's worth keeping in mind that it's a classic question I ask in the United States. Which is more important to a congressman? Telling him that his university has just had a whole series of really interesting publications in an obscure field that he's never heard about, or telling him that as a result of the investments in university, 4 new companies have started that are employing 500 people and generating tax revenue in his district. I mean, I don't think you have to be selling out academic freedom to realize that if you want to get more research money, you've got to make this connection. And that's a case that you can make already here in Poland, but you have to make it. I like to think about an entrepreneurial university that undertakes entrepreneurial science, and that means risky science, not Me Too publications that confirm what the last 4 papers said. And you need enlightened leadership, backed by both local and central government incentives. You know, in Krakow, one of the things that I was disappointed in was when I was talking to them about, they're saying, what is the central government going to do? What are the problems in Warsaw? My question was, what are you going to do? What are you going to do here at the level of the region? What is the Marshal going to do? We got an interesting discussion on that once, but, you know, but that's a very sizable area. The population is as large as Norway, and the concentration of universities is absolutely remarkable. The constant challenge we have is, how are we going to commercialize a resource? I don't have the slide that I would like, but I'll talk to you about it in a minute. The best way to do it, of course, is small companies. One of the things I like to remind European audiences is that Intel in 1968 was a small company, that Microsoft in 1975 was a startup. If you've ever looked at the picture of Bill Gates and his friends, I wouldn't have lent them money in a minute. Google in 1998, all of them came out of small companies that scaled. One of the problems we have in the US that you need to avoid here is this myth of the perfect market. You know, I'm sure you've met this guy. He's sitting at the bar with his 3rd bourbon explaining to you that if it's a good idea, the market will fund it, not to worry. Well, actually, the only people who don't agree with that are venture capitalists and entrepreneurs who know better. The market is very, very tricky. And there's been some Nobel Prize work with Michael Spence and Joe Stiglitz, a gentleman that I've worked with. It's very hard to know what is going to work. Google had a terrible time getting early stage funding. I was embarrassed to find out, I talked with Larry Page once briefly, and I wanted to ask him about how difficult that was. And I realized it was I was asking him in effect about a first unsuccessful marriage. He did not want to talk about that. It was a pretty tough time. Of course, the guys that didn't invest in Google probably wake up every morning now wishing that they had, but still. One of the other things I'd like to mention quickly here, are you familiar with the European obsessive excuse that we don't have enough venture capital? You know, the problem is we don't have enough venture capital. I hear that everywhere I go. Well, this is the seeds phase that you get in the US. Now, is venture capital a huge asset in the US? Absolutely. It's a huge asset. It helps in that scaling. It's instrumental in that scaling. But it is not the secret to the commercial success of the US with 200 deals per year. This year, we're going to have more venture capital than we've ever had, concentrated in fewer firms than we've ever had. Uber is getting huge amounts of money, but that doesn't mean that promising startups are. The problem is that there's something called a valley of death. How many of you have heard about the valley of death? Seriously, I mean, we should participate. It helps keep you awake if you move from time to time, and you know. Now you may think this is a pretty silly cartoon. I can do an economist version which looks much more sophisticated. But as you may have heard, I speak to the US Congress a lot, so we try to keep it simple with pictures. The problem is that we spend all that money on research, but we don't spend a lot of money of getting across. Why do we call it a valley of death? Because when you try to move from the laboratory out into the market, you need funds to do that. And if you don't get the funds, and you don't get the funds in a timely fashion, you end up here. There are lots of good dead ideas. You get overtaken by the market, or the team just comes apart because you can't pay them. So one of the things we do in the US is we provide public money. Remember, we're free enterprise America. Everything is free market. Right. You know, right. You know. Check our telecommunications market. We put out 6,000 awards a year. We put out, this is actually closer to $2.8 billion now each year. Let's say $3 billion, which is roughly 3 times what venture puts in seed stages. And these awards go farther up where there's more uncertainty about success. The key thing, which it's important not ever to forget, is they're phased. And why are they phased? Because we don't know what will succeed. So we put out a lot of small awards. Some of them succeed, we put in more money. And some of them succeed, and they get more money. But it's focused on that phasing where private investors will not invest. Why? Because it's too risky, and venture capital as an asset class, this is not widely known, already loses money. Some make fabulous amounts, but overall, it's a loss. Roland Tibbets was at the National Science Foundation. He started this program. It's an interesting story. He started this program as a stealth program. The National Science Foundation didn't do things like this. But he was in the engineering department. He kept noticing that they funded things that looked really interesting and had great promise, and nothing happened. And when he would talk with the researchers, he'd say, well, we don't have the money to make anything happen. So he started giving out very small awards. And the ones that did better, he gave more money to. But you know, one of the reasons he was able to get away with that, and this is something you've got to work on. You've probably all heard this joke, but it's an important one. You know, in Europe, if it's not specifically allowed, it's forbidden. And in the US, if it's not specifically forbidden, it's allowed. But you know how you get there? Roland Tibbets, perhaps without knowing it, was a disciple of St. Thomas Aquinas, who wrote in the 3rd century AD, if I'm not mistaken. I probably am. But he argued that it was so much easier to beg forgiveness than ask permission. If you take one thing from this talk, take that home from St. Thomas Aquinas. Just do it. Let them catch up with you. And for those of you who are running the institutions, one of the challenges that I see in Europe is what the Irish themselves call the Irish disease, which is the accountancy principle. You have to assume everyone is dishonest, you have to count every penny, and you have to never pay attention to what is going on overall. We are increasingly having this when you get a call from an NIH accountant wanting to know, what was that taxi for in 2006? You know, I mean, I can't tell you, this is a true story, I can't tell you how many hundreds and hundreds of dollars we spent trying to find out what the taxi was for. But, you know. Anyhow, this is how the program works. I don't have time to talk about it in detail, but it is worth talking about in detail. It's one of the best programs in the world. That phasing that I mentioned here, The question is, how do you capitalize on this expenditure? We have social needs. We have government needs, whether making better mittens for the troops in Afghanistan, developing a better sonar system, getting better road services, developing a syringe that will protect nurses from HIV or hepatitis. The electrical toothbrush is an SBIR invention. The tools used on the Mars rover on Mars are SBIR inventions. And by the way, when you assess the program, you don't get a big commercial impact for Mars tools. It's a limited market. But what we found is that it helps companies to be created. It also helps existing companies. It initiates valuable research where half of the projects result in publications. About a third get patents. The surveys we took show significant growth, and it encourages partnering with universities. Above all, it's decentralized and adaptive in the U.S. Each of the agencies makes awards for agency missions. It's not centralized. Now, entrepreneurs like it for these reasons. Are there any entrepreneurs here in the room? Anyone have a company? I see one hand. We need to work on this. But this is one way to work on it. How many of you would start a company if you could get a $100,000 award? Up to 4 now. We need to work on that too. We shall, yes. One of the interesting things is that when you get these awards from the public sector, and there's 2 phases, the private sector comes in. They think that this was not intended. This just happens. But their view is that there are 2 rounds of due diligence here, 2 rounds of evaluation and a potential customer. So why not? In any case, I was shocked. This was independent research done by some people at the University of Davis. And in the US R&D 100, it's a review that gets the best 100 inventions in the US every year. 20 to 25% of them in the last few years have all come from this single program. I mean, this is a $16 trillion economy. So it's an astonishingly effective program. Some of you are going to ask, well, it couldn't possibly be adopted in Poland. Well, it is being adopted in Czech, and the Russians have adopted it, and the Taiwanese have adopted it, and the Koreans have adopted it. The Swedes, the Dutch, the UK. The Swedes, the Dutch, the UK, and the Finns. But your lawyers say it's illegal. So we have to tell the Swedes, I guess. You know those dastardly Mediterranean Swedes, they do things. My point is that, remember option A and option B? If you don't have this program, just tell me what would be a better program, and perhaps we could copy it from you. The Russians are very proud. They claim they didn't adopt it, they stole it. And they say they're doing better than we are. But of course you can't get figures. In any case, what I'm talking about here is how you adopt and adapt successful programs. And let me very quickly just mention, we've been adopting a set of centers to help in manufacturing. Remember I mentioned that problem of our invented in the US but manufactured elsewhere. We're copying off the Fraunhofer, loosely, because we want to adapt it. We also have an innovation core that you might want to think of when you have your top 500. Training that tries to get technologies that show promise, but find out where the market would actually be before you start a company. We keep trying to change our strategies. There's a brand new 2015 strategy out by the government. Big strategies are not always the main thing you need to do. The key question is execution. But I think these are hard questions for Poland. You have to, one of the key questions that I got out of years at the National Academy of Sciences was this simple question: compared to what? So how are you doing compared to what the rest of the world is doing? Where is that going to put you, and where is that going to put your children? Are you going to have the type of economy you could have? You know, why am I talking to you about these programs? I don't know whether how many of you have ever seen the movie Men in Black? Okay, come on. Finally something you have seen. This is great. So Men in Black, there's a funny scene where they're putting on these black suits, and the Afro-American guy leans over and says, you know, the difference between you and me is I make this look good. And the key thing is that you can make these programs work because you have the infrastructure, you have the intellectual capital. It's all there. In a sense, you're an innovation fire ready to go. Someone needs to put a match. So these are some of the things that I'd like to see you do. Focus on these centers of excellence that I've heard about. Build cross-disciplinary teams. Find a way to encourage private sector contributions. MIT was not built by the federal government. It's actually kind of funny. Do you know one of the reasons you get these contributions, there's both a social reason and a policy reason. The policy reason is simple. Our tax code gives you huge incentives if you donate to universities. Duh. So as people get wealthier here, you want to have that in your tax code. The other reason is that as men grow older, sometimes when they get very old, they realize that they're mortal and that they may not exist for a long time. And so they have a choice. They can either give all their money to their children, but that doesn't always work out so well. Or they could build a building, as the type that you must have worked in, like the Betty and Gordon Moore Center for High Energy Physics in Stanford. You know, you build a fabulous facility that the university itself could not have funded. In any case, fixing the policy frameworks for startups, generating funding for angels and venture. I mentioned this venture capital obsession. I don't hear anyone talk about angel investors, which are 24 billion compared to 28 billion in the US, and you don't have SBR. So if you could imagine 3 spans in a bridge, the policy people here want to talk about the 3rd span. Well, you know, if there's no first span, it's really hard to use the bridge. So you need to have all 3, and that's what we do. And that's what the rest of the world does. One of my last points is you need to teach entrepreneurship both in the concrete way, and I'm sure you have courses that are growing on that about what entrepreneurs need to do to run companies. Different from business school, by the way. Business school teaches you to work with IBM. But you need to teach entrepreneurship, you need to praise it, and you need to reward it. So my last point is a simple one. The rest of the world is upping their game. And both the US and Poland need to change and adapt. We're beginning to adapt more and more in the US, and that's something I think you need to do as well. And my last point is one from the great Canadian-American economist John Kenneth Galbraith, who used to always say, about halfway through your talk, say in conclusion, just to give your audience hope. So, in conclusion, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Westner. And please stay with us for a moment because I would like to open the floor for a discussion. We can accept a couple of questions if you would like to ask now. Yes, please.
Well, it's not a question, it's a comment, if I may. It's about spending. You know, I'm an engineer, and I always trying to be as much precise as possible. And as far as spending on R&D in Poland is concerned, we actually do not have reliable data. So that 0.9 currently, it's based on reporting of National Statistical Office, and they do collect data in such a way that it does not reflect true spending, in particular in industry. And the margin of error might be higher than this spending reported so far. And I would like to, you know, give you some more insight into that. But that one thing that I keep reminding that if you colleagues who study this data without knowledge of the system here, which just let me give you one explanation. The company reporting R&D spending in this country is obliged to prove that they used the results. And otherwise, they cannot report that it was R&D spending. So that's a joke, you know.
Right.
And normally behaving company will never report. And if you go to companies with turnover of billions of dollars or zlotys, they claim zero spending on R&D. They are hiding spending on R&D, and that's of course it's not a. It doesn't imply that we are so okay, but the data is hugely incorrect in that respect.
Well, I think that's actually very interesting to hear, and it's an example of policies, of policy development that needs to be policies that need to be changed, and better statistics. I'm just using the OECD figures, but I like also your last point that you're probably spending more than is reported, but I think you might agree that you need to spend more than you're doing. And one of the important points is that intelligently spent public R&D actually acts as a catalyst for private R&D. And if it's competitive, if it's in new centers of excellence, and if there's cooperation, the centers of manufacturing that the Obama administration has just set up, they put up, for the digital design, they put up 70 million, and they got 240 million. They wanted a 70 million match, and they got 240 million from private companies. So you can leverage much more. But that type of matching for centers, because it's also important not just for the government to go off and set up a center. Before they did that, they worked with the companies in an area to say, what do you need? What would be really helpful? And that's where they got these cooperative research centers. So I take your point. But I think the idea of using the public sector and new institutions to drive the private sector could be very helpful.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions or comments?
Hi, I'm having a question whether what you would actually advise to invest rather in ideas or in people, because you can have like 1,000 ideas, and if you want them to be risky, there has to be some people, behind these ideas. And, it's impossible that, like one even brilliant person will have like, endless line of good ideas. They will have to fail sometime. So would you rather advise to invest in ideas or in people that create them?
Which do you think is more important, fathers or mothers? So I think obviously you need to invest in both. And the way you need to invest in the ideas is find areas that show promise and reinforce young researchers. One of our problems in the States is that in NIH 25 years ago, the big grants used to come to people in their early 30s. Now they're going to people in their early 40s. The problem is it's the guys and women in their late 20s and early 30s who have really interesting ideas and need to be reinforced. One of the problems we have with Congress is that it thinks it can turn the valve on and off with R&D, and that it's just a constant stream. They don't understand that there are teams, there are ideas, there's possibilities, and when they're left unexplored or unfunded, they disappear, at least for a while. So I would add that you need to invest in areas of promising research that are usually multidisciplinary, with a practical orientation, and you need to provide support for the people and then support for a company that can help develop this. And by the way, this is not all pure capitalism. If the rivers here are polluted, some of the things that an SBR works on is what's in the water. How can we measure that? What remediation would solve that? I mean, these are good social value questions. How can you get less friction with electric vehicle on rail? How can you use nano paint so you can better see signs in the type of climate you have here? There are plenty of very valuable things that need explored. And it's important to have multi-tracks where at one level you may be doing really internationally competitive work on nanomaterials. But it's also very useful to be able to apply current developments in nanomaterials to real products right now. And that's where the engineers, I mean, I think the engineers are a neglected species. They're the ones who actually fix things. They're the ones who create things that we can use. In the end, they're often the ones who solve the problem. Even what I find interesting is in our National Cancer Institute, where we spend $6 billion a year trying to solve cancer, we've had huge success with heart disease, cut it by half. And after 30 years of huge expenditure in cancer, we've just nicked it. We still suffer 500,000 deaths a year. And what they started to do is stop just funding the science, and they're working with engineers to try and take engineering techniques to attack cancer cells. I mean, it's a very interesting approach. And one of the people leading the charges is a guy by the name of Grodzinski. Is that the right name? Grodzinski. Okay, you both know him, of course. All right. I mean, one of the interesting things when we had a conference in Dansk a couple years ago was we opened the conference from the United States. The first American speaker was Grodzinski. And one of his key points is, I'm speaking perfect Polish because I'm Polish. And you put me in a different system and you get different results. So the question is how to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. I would strongly encourage everybody to approach Professor Wester over the coffee break or later during the conference. Thank you very much. And now let us move on to the first panel discussion, which will be devoted to peer review. And this one will be chaired by Professor Maria Nedieva from the Manchester University.
If it's important to me, I can see.
And she will be joined in the discussion by 4 other experts, practitioners, I would say. Dr. Franklin Carrero Martinez of the National Science Foundation in US, Dr. Jose Labastida from the European Research Council, Dr. Liv Langfeld from the Nordic Institute for Studies in Innovation, Research and Education, and Dr. Georg Bechtold from the German Research Foundation. So, dear experts, please take your seats. Let us start. Let's cut the session by 15 minutes. Try to cut, okay? But if the discussion develops, that's all okay.
Dzień dobry, panie i panowie. Now, I learned also how to say welcome, but I've forgotten that. So I will say it in English. Welcome to this first panel, the conference, and I hope that I speak for my colleagues that we're all honored to be here. Now, excuse me. So first and foremost, I would like to introduce 4 outstanding professionals who were gracious enough to join us today at this panel. Franklin Carrero Martinez comes from the National Science Foundation in Washington, D.C., and he is research officer in the Office of International Science and Engineering. Now, Franklin is also has research background in neurobiology, which I don't know about you, but it impresses me greatly. Thank you, Franklin. Next, we have Jose Labastida, who is from the European Research Council Executive Agency. But he actually, before that, was professor of theoretical physics in the University of Santiago de Compostela. which is not less impressive. Welcome, Jose. Next one. We also have Liv Langfeld from the Nordic Institute for Studies of Innovation in Oslo, Norway. And Liv actually has done, in my humble opinion, some of the most interesting research on peer review. Welcome, Liv. And last, we have Georg Bechtold. Yes, you know, I said I'll mess up one of the names. Georg, it was yours. I apologize about that. Bechtold, who is a program director at DFG in Germany. And now the time has come to tell you that my name is Maria Nedeva, and I'm from the Manchester Institute of Innovation Research at the University of Manchester. I'm going to moderate this session. Now, Professor Žilić already said that we don't want to be very formal here, and I'm very grateful for that, because in this panel, the last thing we want is to be formal. So now I want to ask you a question. Who in this room actually believes that peer review is an old-fashioned matter who has outgrown its significance, it is terribly boring and should by no means be part of this conference? Good, only one or two people. For a minute there, I thought you will all say that and we could go and have coffee prematurely. But now, who thinks that actually peer review is exciting and timely again? Okay, several more people. But now, I would like very briefly, within the next 2 or 3 minutes, to tell you why actually we here, at least at the front, are very excited about peer review again, despite coming from very different walks of practitioners. Now, I believe that there are actually 3 main framework reasons why peer review is a very interesting and permanent topic again. To begin with, the funding modalities in Europe are changing very powerfully. More and more funding is moving from block grants to university, which are selective but not necessarily competitive, to project-based competitive funding. And of course, this has a variety of implications, but one of them, which we feel in the UK particularly strongly, is that universities, by having less and less funding as baseline grants to the organization, have very limited ability at the moment to develop within them and sustain ideas that are very risky and to grow them to a degree where they're mature enough to withstand traditional peer review. Okay? And this creates problem in science and, of course, our economies. So what actually has started happening is that funding agencies more and more often started stating their intention to identify and support risky ideas. Now, the thing is, and the question is traditional peer review able to do that? Now, add to this the well-known kind of technical problems of peer review, of process, etc., and you have another very interesting kind of area of discussion. So that is why this panel actually is supposed to provide a forum for discussing the issues commonly perceived with peer review. To do that, what Adam and I decided to do is to ask each of the panelists actually to come up with 3 problems that they consider to be the key problems of peer review in their experience and knowledge. So they've done that. What we'll do next, they will present these problems very briefly, and then we would like to engage in a discussion with the audience, because we discussed amongst us that the last thing we want is to tell you things that we're the only people interested in. We would like to hear what you're interested in as well. So I think that's it, and we shall begin with the first presentation, by the way, not in particular order, except my order of panelists, and I suggest we start with Franklin. Franklin, please. please.
Thank you. I think I'm going to stay here because I saw some motions there, I guess, signaling that we should stay here because of the light, and right? So I'll try to stay in place. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it's an honor to be here. I would like to emphasize that I would like to keep this as an open discussion. So anytime you see me around, I'll be more than happy to talk to you about what I'm going to talk about here or any other issues that you may have. So please approach me. I don't bite. So please let me know if you have any questions or if you want me to go in depth about anything that I will be speaking today or tomorrow in the other panel. My name is Franklin Carrero Martinez. I'm originally from Puerto Rico. I used to be a professor of neurobiology. I spent some time at the Department of State managing a science program as well, and then I moved to the National Science Foundation about a year ago, where I mostly manage collaboration with European countries. I wanted to start with this, the mission of the NSF. As Dr. Westner mentioned, we have an interesting position at the NSF because as a public agency in the executive service of the federal government, we are accountable to Congress. So we're using taxpayers' money, and we have an oversight, and we do have a responsibility. And that has sometimes an impact on how we conduct our peer review. This is an important thing that we're always paying attention to. So peer review at NSF. This year, although budget has not been approved yet, the agency requested $7.3 billion. It funds 94% of those funding goes directly to research. We received approximately 50,000 proposals, 38,000 reviewers are recruited, and it generates roughly 233,000 reviews. We're required to have at least 3 reviews per proposals that come in. So I'm just giving you these stats to put it in context of the scale of the enterprise at the National Science Foundation. Of those 50,000, we give 10,800 grants. In the year 2013, which is where these statistics come from, we funded 1,922 universities, colleges, and other institutions, which funded roughly 300,000 students. The impact, you can see there, we have 210 Nobel laureates have been funded from NSF, have received funding from NSF. We support a variety of research, individual students, student development, fellowships, centers, and others. So going into the peer review, proposals going to NSF are subject to a rigorous merit review system. It's impartial, competitive, and transparent. The whole process is transparent. We have committees of visitors and others that come to the NSF regularly to assess how are we doing our peer review process. So we do have checks and balances to ensure that we are keeping our charge to ensure that the U.S. continues to be at the forefront of funding basic science. We have 2 main criteria, intellectual merit and broader impact, but our colleagues at the communications office have a very good video. You can see the link here, and my friends in the back are going to play that video for us, and I'll use that to guide this part of the discussion. So if we can switch to the video.
$50,000. That's about the number of research proposals the National Science Foundation receives every year. NSF's mission is to promote the progress of science, but it's able to support only a fraction of the proposed research with its limited resources. So how does NSF determine which research has the greatest potential? Which would be the most fruitful investment of taxpayer dollars? Enter NSF's merit review process, considered the gold standard the world over for evaluating proposals in a competitive environment. A rigorous process long recognized as providing a powerful return on investment for the American public. Most often, here's how it generally works. NSF invites proposals across its broad range of programs in science and engineering and STEM education. Proposers craft and electronically submit their proposals. All good ideas welcome. NSF finds a home in the appropriate program for each properly prepared proposal, and the review process for all proposals received by the applicable deadline begins. Every NSF program director is an expert with a broad understanding of their entire discipline and will ultimately decide which proposals to recommend for funding. But first, they'll identify and assemble a body of experts, some of the finest minds in the appropriate fields, to review each proposal. A diverse mix of university.
I wanted to stop there because this is precisely one of the challenges that we face. I put in context the amount of proposals that we receive and the amount of reviews that we have to do. So in order to do that and to recognize which is the best project, which one deserves funding and which one does not, this is one of the first challenges. Recruiting faculty that is diverse, not only in terms of ethnic background. In the US, you're probably aware that we're paying attention a lot to underrepresented minorities. Parts of the country, people in California or the big universities have good ideas, but also innovation could come from the middle of the country where they may have specific needs. So we are trying also to pay attention to that angle of diversity. Career stage. It's not the same to have a young professor and an older professor. Students, we're also trying to incorporate postdocs. So those are one of the challenges that we are facing, and I want to put out there that we'll discuss later how we're trying to solve it. If we can continue with the video.
Faculty and others whose perspectives will help the program director assess the significance and quality of the proposed research. The review criteria are National Science Board approved, intellectual merit, the potential to advance knowledge, and broader impacts, the potential to benefit society and contribute to the achievement of specific societal.
This is the other big issue for us. We evaluate and assess proposals based on these two main criteria. Intellectual merit, so how are we going to advance science? How's the frontiers of knowledge move forward with if we were to give funding to that proposal? And the second review criteria is the broader impact. I highlight this because broader impact is a lot of different things, and there is still controversy within the community of what broader impact means. So that creates some interesting challenges during the review process, depending on who you have on the room. So if we can continue.
Outcomes. Because not all programs and grants are alike, the review process may take one of several forms: individual, panel, or a combination of both. Typically, at least 3 reviewers review each proposal. Individual reviewers usually have specific expertise and evaluate and rate proposals and send the program director detailed comments. Panel members evaluate, rate, and comment on their assigned proposals, then usually leave home and travel to NSF, where they meet with the program director for 1 or more days. To reduce costs, a growing number of panels meet virtually. Either way, the panel discusses every proposal one by one, engaging in rich debate.
This is the other issue. As we've moved to virtual panels, we have some reviewers that absolutely hate it and others that absolutely love it. So in trying to craft that balance, we thought that we came up with a good solution, virtual panels, but we've created others. And as we go into the discussion, we'll discuss more about that.
In the end, their written panel summary and individual reviews provide the program director an invaluable, independent assessment of which proposals are good, better, best. The best and brightest ideas according to the best and brightest experts. No free passes, no good old boy network. The NSF merit review process is confidential between reviewers and NSF. Now it's decision time, and the program director carefully considers the reviewer's input, along with available budget and a range of other factors, such as which projects will fit together synergistically to help answer big questions and move the field forward, which will help build capacity in a promising area, provide geographic and demographic diversity, complement other recently funded projects, strike the right balance of projects, some with success fairly certain, others with a fair amount of risk, but with potential for advances that are truly transformational.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now I would like to open the discussion. First, I would like to ask whether the colleagues on the panel have any comments to make on the three challenges that Franklin identified, which are how to ensure a proper balance of reviews to normalize judgment, and I'm taking shortcuts, but I'm saving time. Second, how to ensure that reliable criteria for broader impact and widely understood and agreed on criteria for broader impact exist. And the third is the discrepancy of reviews and how to deal with proposals where you have very large discrepancy of opinion. Okay, anybody on the panel?
Yes, perhaps even just one question for NSF. Did you ever consider interviewing the researchers that they are making the proposals?
Yes, there's actually a division within NSF that is paying attention to assessment and analysis of how we're conducting the peer review process, and often conducts experiments to assess and maybe come up with better ways to do this, absolutely.
Okay.
I have a question concerning attracting the best reviewers and in what way you do that. I mean, you are a large country, and so you have more expertise to choose among, so you don't necessarily need to go abroad. Many small European countries always only use international review, and that makes it more difficult to motivate them to participate. But I've heard that you have some experiment and a pilot in which you actually use the applicants in doing the reviews. Could you elaborate a bit on that and the experiences?
The experience came out to be that since, yes, absolutely. So let me explain. We did an experiment that we used some of the reviewers from the same panel. So people that submitted proposals to that panel were also asked to assess the quality of some of the proposals. The outcome thus far shows that the reviewers were more informative in their comments. They were more gentle, so because sometimes you have reviewers that could be a little bit harsh in terms of how they express their ideas. They were more gentle? The ones that participated in these experiments were more gentle. At the end of the day, I think the sentiment based on an assessment was that you don't know your peer, your partner, your colleague, potential collaborator could be reviewing, and since it was anonymous, you may be hurting someone's feeling. So that's what the research, the assessment that they did shows. So, yeah.
Thank you. Georg?
You just told us that you need at least 3 reviews for each proposal. How many people do you ask per proposal?
A lot of people. We recognize that professors are really busy. They have to do a lot of things. So we try to be flexible. One of the things that at NSF we do is we go to conferences. So that's a way for us, for me as a program director, to engage directly with my community. It is harder to turn down an invitation to review for us if you have a personal relationship with researchers. So that, or the community. So that way you're not completely extracted from what's going on outside. The other mechanism that NSF uses is rotators. So we have professors that come on board for short time, 1 year, 2 years, maximum of 4, where they come fresh from the field, so they do have access to the community. They know who's doing what. and it is easier that way to recruit and bring people on board. The other is that we advertise the value for reviewing proposals. So people, particularly younger faculty, could see trends, they could see and develop relationship with program directors, which is encouraged at NSF. And also understand where the field is going in general. So the community that reviews for us sees values in that. And we advertise that and explicitly let them know that this is something that they could get out of their participation from reviewing proposals for us.
Okay. Thank you. Now, any questions from the audience? Please, there is a question there.
My name is Norbert Steinhaus, Bonn Science Shop, Living Knowledge Network. You said you're reviewing academic proposals and you're reviewing for societal impact and benefit for society. Within your expert group, are there any civil society organizations or are they just academic reviewers?
It is about the broader impact. Do you have any people from
So it really depends on the type of research. For example, if we were talking about innovation programs, we would bring people from the business sector, for example, people that would have that kind of expertise. And it really depends on, and this is why I think the confusion on what the broader impact means comes from. Broader impact is discipline specific. If you're talking about putting a rover in Mars, as the example was before, or developing an algorithm to measure things or catalog the world's information, like Google, for example, the broader impact could be very different. So we rely on expertise. We do have people from NGOs, we do have, but they will have to have the expertise to sit in a panel and contribute. So we do not recruit people randomly from the street. You would have to have the credentials.
Okay, thank you. Please.
My question is about actually the most important thing is how to choose the best reviewers. The reviewers have a tendency to assess positively the grant who will have all the preliminary results, almost everything is done, and things like this, especially in the United States. I was in the NIH panel, so I know about this. So how to choose the reviewer who would like to take a risk? Because otherwise we will just will do a proper science, good science, but not really groundbreaking.
So at NSF, the review process is advisory to me as a program director. So I use their feedback to determine whether or not a proposal is good. Since I have an oversight of what we have funded, let's say in a particular area, I could make the call, and again, since NSF allows me to go to conferences and stay in touch with what's going on in the field, I could have a good perspective of what looks interesting or innovative, or that if we fund that may well push us forward. So that's one way in which we try to deal with that. Of course, we have no control of what the reviewers will say or how they will place. An indicator that often works, and I hear other program directors talking about it, it's that you have some proposals that are rated too good and too horrible and terrible. So that usually could be an indication that you have someone with a traditional mindset that thinks this is a crazy idea that is going to fail, or maybe you have another person in the same panel thinking that this is great. So usually those we invite an additional review, someone that was not sitting in the panel, we call it ad hoc review, and try to assess whether or not that's a good proposal to invest.
Okay, thank you. I'm very sorry. I actually will suggest to take the further discussion over coffee, because otherwise we're not going to have coffee. Would you agree? So I apologize to you, but probably there will be a slight duplication, so you can probably ask your question later, or we'll discuss it over coffee. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jose, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be here with all of you. It's a great pleasure to participate in this event. I am the head of the Scientific Management Department at the European Research Council. I am the person responsible for conducting all the peer review evaluation system of the Council. Just for people that don't know about the European Research Council, we are very simple. We just fund research proposals based entirely on excellence. So we fund curiosity-driven research in all fields. We are totally bottom-up without no other criteria in the evaluation process. We were asked to identify 3 topics related to peer review for the discussion today. When I got this question, I asked myself, well, what we have been discussing in the last 2 years at ERC, trying to improve our evaluation process, and I got three items. First is interdisciplinarity, how we evaluate these proposals. Second is how to deal with oversubscription. And third, how to recruit experts in this competition that we all funding agencies are involved to get the best experts. So let me start with interdisciplinarity. First, typically in research systems or peer review systems as ours, we arrange the evaluation in panels, and often we get proposals that they overlap in the content among different panels, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. So what to do with those proposals? How should we do it so they have a fair evaluation, that they are evaluated in the best way possible? We call these interdisciplinary proposals. You could call them multi or trans, or in a more administrative term, cross-panel proposals, as we call them internally in ERC. Well, just to have a discussion or to trigger the discussion, let me just deal with a couple of ideas. First is to deal with these proposals with evaluation reviews from different panels. These overlapping panels where the proposal is related to, they could provide different reviews and then have a discussion in what is called the main panel, the panel that the proposal overlaps more. This is an approach. A different approach is to have dedicated panels for these interdisciplinary proposals. Well, both possibilities, they have pros, they have cons. In this evaluation with cross-panel reviews, you have a simple way to approach it, but you have some difficulties because sometimes we observe that the reviews that are coming from other panels, they don't have the same value for the panel. Some rivalry appears in the panel trying to defend the pure research that is related to the panel. So we have to compensate for that effect. And in fact, we have intensive briefing to our panels to try to avoid any impact in that direction. To have an interdisciplinary panel is another possibility. This is, well, sometimes more difficult to arrange because you may need more than one. But often what we have found in this approach is that many of the proposals, they don't really get a proper review because there is no one that really understands the proposal. So those are 2 ideas for the discussion. Let me go to the next, that is oversubscription. Typically, when we plan calls for proposals, we always have in mind, once we know the budget, a success rate or an interval of success rate. What we consider should be an ideal success rate for that proposal. Not too low in such a way that it's perceived as a kind of lottery, but not too high so it is competitive enough. We have oversubscription when this success rate ends being very low, much lower than you expected. Okay? How to deal with that? How to solve this problem? Well, one approach is to foresee a kind of filtering process. So you get your proposals and you have a fast way to filter those proposals. So finally you only do the full evaluation for a fraction of them. Okay? So, well, you deal with that in that way. This has some disadvantages in the sense that many times you made mistakes because this is an evaluation that is done really very superficial. And also it has a kind of collateral effect that people continue applying more and more. So you are not going to really solve the issue of getting less proposals, so your success rate is better. The other possibility is to introduce resubmission rules. That is just to have some constraints for people that will apply next year or in 2 years' time. This has a deterrent effect, so people, they just build proposals when they are mature enough. And second, of course, if these people, they cannot apply, you will have less proposals in the future. This is not as effective as the other in the sense that if you are just fraught with many proposals, you need to have something, to do something immediately, and this is more for the future. In ERC, we have tested both, okay? And as you probably know, we are more in favor of having resubmission rules. They have the difficulty that you have to fine-tune them, okay, to get the success rate that you expect to have. And just the last topic is about expert recruitment. I think we have been discussing a little bit with the previous presentation. Here, I will focus on very practical issues. We will assume that we have some way to identify what are the experts that are going to be in the evaluation panel. This can be a dedicated committee or program officers, whatever. I'm not going to enter into that. What I'm going to address is what kind of structure you need so that you have a chance to get and to keep very good experts in your panel. First, it's very important to contact them in advance because these high-level scientists that we want to have in the panels, typically they are very busy, they don't have much time, and it's better if at least you tell them what are the days they have to meet 1 year in advance. Also, not give them too much work, just a amount of work that is reasonable. Make simple the recruitment and the reimbursement process. Of course, pay them appropriately, but also very important to have clear rules. Many of these people, they don't want to work as a panel member because then they cannot apply to the call and they are very interested in participating. So you have to have clear rules when they can apply, when they cannot, and also how many times and what is the system that you have to assess their work so they can be re-invited in the future. If you are very careful with all this, our experience shows that you are very likely to keep the best and to increase the quality of your evaluation. These are for evaluators that are in the panels. Other type of evaluators are the ones that only they do remote work. We call them remote referees. Typically, these are more difficult to really get them engaged in the evaluation system. And there, well, we have not been able to come up with a good solution. In ERC, the rate of positive answers when we invite remote referees is around 30%, and we are not able to really increase that quantity even if we pay them as we try in one of our calls. So any ideas to make remote referees more attractive are very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Now, in respect to fairness, I will ask for questions from the audience first this time. So, do you have any questions on the three issues that Jose Labastida raised in his presentation? The first was issues around assessing interdisciplinary proposals. The second was the oversubscription of the ERC proposal system, and the third one was issues around recruiting experts. Sorry, it's very difficult to see from here. Please, yes.
It's not working. It's working. About the interdisciplinary proposals. So you mentioned about the two options, and which you think it's better? Because when I was a chairman of one of the ERC Advanced Grant, we have this first option that that the grant proposal were going to 2 or 3 different groups, and there was a problem.
Well, we actually think that it's better to have cross-panel reviews and identify what is the main panel for the proposal where it will be better judged, okay? But it's very important is to brief properly the panels because sometimes they don't keep enough attention to the information that is coming from these reviews from other panels. We experiment, of course, the other possibility to have a interdisciplinary panel in the past. This was just a common panel for all the 25 panels that we cover all knowledge. So it was really multidisciplinary since all the chairs were in that panel. The negative side in that approach was that panels in concrete disciplines, they have an easy way to move interdisciplinary proposals to this other panel. So they were using all the money for, let's say, the core business of the panel. So, and we didn't like that because then in the other panel, though some budget was reserved for this interdisciplinary panel, there was not enough money really to fund so many proposals that were just thrown there. So we are now dealing with this other approach that we think is quite good. We monitor it very much in detail. For instance, we measure systematically the success rate of proposals that they have cross-panel reviews and the ones that they don't. The situation is that, you know, that in ERC we have 2 steps, step 1 and step 2, is that in step 1, the proposals that they have cross-panel reviews, they have a lower success rate, not very significant, but it happens all across the board, okay, in all the panels, okay? It's like 5% lower, not much, but it's systematic, okay? We don't know if this is due that, in general, these proposals, they have a lower quality or that there is a bias against them in the panels, okay? So this is why we continually are struggling to try to improve the approach. However, in step 2, this disappears. In step 2, the success rate are equal. But there is a difference between step 2 and 1 in ERC, because in step 2, we have the reviews from the specialized remote referees. So somehow, these reviews, they compensate the effect of the others, okay? So that's why I brought it here, because in ERC, of course, we are worried to understand if we have a problem or it's just something that is common to all these proposals, that in average the quality may be lower.
But what is the ratio of this that do have this cross-panel review? Also, what is the percentage of the interdisciplinary
it's quite
applications?
High. Between 35 and 40% of the proposals that we receive in ERC, they have a secondary panel marked by the applicant, okay? And if this is the case, we get cross-panel reviews for those proposals, okay?
Please, Charles.
Just a basic question. You said that you wanted to make sure that the remuneration for reviewers, that the payments were adequate. And so what are they, and how did you figure that out?
Well, this is not an easy question, and the only answer to that question is to ask the reviewers if they think that we are paid them properly, okay? And we did that recently, okay? And regarding the honorarium that we pay, that is in ERC is 450 euros for each day of work, then you have to also to adjust how many days of work you need to do with the amount of work behind, because sometimes the work cannot be done in one day, according to some of them. But anyhow, for the honorarium, they seem to be happy, okay? In the survey that we did, like 70% of the panel members, they say that is okay. For the per diem plus the allowances for the hotel and so on, they are very unhappy. And this is because, well, the European Commission didn't change these quantities since 2004. So it's already 11 years that they had not been changed. And as you can imagine, the life has changed a lot in 11 years. But this is beyond our control in the agency. Okay?
Okay, Charles, so your question answered, what goes to pay for your hotel and sustenance in Brussels is your honorarium. It's, so that is how the payment gets not adequate. I'm telling you this as somebody who reviews for some of these organizations. Anyway, I'm very sorry, but we ran out of time for more questions on this particular issues. So now I would like to invite Liv to tell us about the 3 issues she's identified.
Thank you for inviting me here and challenging me to tell you what's the 3 key challenges about peer review. I've been studying peer review for more than 20 years, and coming up with challenges is actually quite easy. The challenges are still there because peer review is challenging. The first question before coming to the challenge is, what do we want from grant peer review? As we are talking today, we're only talking about grant peer review. There's of course a lot of peer review is used in a variety of aspects, from hiring researchers to publications. And also a lot of ex post evaluations of grant schemes and universities, etc. But what we want from peer review when it comes to grant applications are that in all kinds of peer review, we want competent reviewers to select the best applications. And also, we want some added value from using peers in this selection. Some added value, that means that had we used some other allocation mechanism, for instance, block funding, we wouldn't have get the same result. And then, of course, we want transparency to be sure that we can trust that we have the competent reviewers and that we had a good process. And then we come to the 3 key challenges that I've identified for today. The one has already been talked about, and that goes with finding the best, most competent reviewers. You want reviewers to be at least as competent as the applicant, or possibly more competent to give some advice back to the applicant. And how do we find willing, competent, and impartial reviewers? As I already said, for instance, ERC, they can, there's only one ERC, so they have the best way of what's easier for them than for you to recruit the best reviewers in Europe. And if they go to Brussels to do this review, probably they won't take the time for the national agency. And also the national agency, they will want international reviewers. So how do they get, for instance, the best reviewers in this field in the neighboring countries to come and do this review? If you only use reviewers in your own country, you might have some different kinds of biases, and you have conflicts of interest, and overall it's difficult to have the impartial reviews that you want. So if you want them to be willing, you want them to be competent, and you want them to be impartial. And then the next challenge I then identified was conservative reviewers. To have added value, you want something else than reviewers only looking at the track record of the applicant. You actually want them to look at the application, at the process description, and say, is this good? Will this be good research? And when peer review for grant proposals means evaluating research that has not yet been performed. It's not easy. It's more easy to review publications, manuscripts for publications, because then you know whether the research succeeded or not. And I have observed processes and interviewed researchers that think this is very difficult, because what we have is the track record of the applicant, and we know their competences. And normally that's half or 1/3 of the review criteria. But the agencies also want the reviewers to look at the possibility of these projects to succeed apart from their track record, based on the method description and everything that is in the process descriptions. And in meetings, I have observed that the reviewers are, for instance, discussing the number of first authorships, the number of last authorships of the publications, the citation scores and so on, and they looked it up and that's at it. Because they are very concerned that they should treat everybody equal. And if you assess them on track record, it's much easier to be fair and also easier to agree than if you assess them on the process description. So then, this differs from reviewer panels and also between disciplines. For instance, my experience is that the medical sciences are most concerned about the track record and a number of last authorships and so on, whereas in the social sciences, they don't really discuss those things. But then, if some panels and some reviewers are most concerned about the track record, what is then the added value of peer review? Why just don't use competitive block funding? Then you don't need to write a process description. It's much less time. You don't need a reviewer time. It's much easier. And then the last key challenges is the feedback, the transparency of this process. And that's linked to the first challenge about finding the best reviewers. In some cases, the applicants get the individual reviewer reports from mail reviews, or they get a brief conclusion from a panel. And in both cases, the funding agencies are a bit concerned that they don't get the adequate feedback, because the individual mail reviewers don't necessarily say much about what the panel concluded. And the panel score and the panel don't really have that time to read and explain the result. And especially if there is a high rejection rate, there is a lot of applicants who are going to get a normally quite good score, and they don't get any funding. And they would like to know why, and they don't really know why then the person in the neighbor office got the grant and he didn't get it. And this is, as I see it, one of the things that are a threat to peer review, because some applicants who don't get the grant, they don't trust peer review, they don't trust the process. They normally trust the process if they find that the reviewers are at least competent as themselves, or that they are an international authority in the field. And that also goes to finding those if they are willing to do the review. We done a study at my institute who showed that an average Norwegian professor spent about one month a year doing different kinds of reviews, different kinds of evaluations. And then he has the time he do for teaching, and then time for his own research. And I think there is a limit, 1 month a year, for an active researcher to be willing to do this. And that's the professor level. Those below do a little bit less. But as we see, when reviews are increasing and used in much more contexts, the demand for reviewers is increasing, and more researchers are involved in reviews, and the applicants doesn't necessarily think that these are the best reviewers, at least not for his own or her own applications. They would like someone else to review this application, but that reviewer is not available for that application. That reviewer would like to do his own stuff, or he would like to do it for a more prestigious organization. So these questions are in some way linked together. So then, what do we do about it? One way is, of course, to limit the use of traditional grant review. You could have larger and more long-time grants, so you don't necessarily need to apply for a grant every year, and you don't need to have reviewers review the same projects every year. We did a survey for the Swiss Science Foundation, and we found that the researchers normally had multiple grants for the same projects, either parallel or consecutively. So actually, there's not what that one application is or one project is reviewed once before even starting. It's reviewed by different funding agencies at different times, and in some fields of research, they have research labs going for 10 years or more. Yeah, okay. And then to avoid conservative review, we can organize review to follow better chances for path-breaking research. We could guide researchers to do that. And for getting meaningful feedback to the applicants, it's more or less the same thing that's possible to do as for against review fatigue, that is to have longer and fewer grants and recruit reviewers in other ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Liv. And I would like to start with the audience again on this one. So, do you have any questions, comments, and suggestions that relate to the last presentation? Yes. Over there, please.
So you mentioned this idea of limiting funding by competitive grant proposals as opposed to block funding or competitive block funding. Are there any systems where this is really widely used so that you basically judge current, previous achievements by a researcher and then give them some allotment of money? Because I've actually never come across this in terms of, in terms of funding agencies using this.
I'm not sure if I understood the question, but if it was about peer review versus block grants, and if it's that normal to sort of balance, see them together, I haven't seen anyone who's really think that because these are different funding streams. So if you actually should have a reallocation between those two funding streams, it must be those who are allocating the funding to the funding agency would say, no, rather we do it directly to the universities and we will have some kind of performance-based funding for it. I haven't, as far as I know, that's had not been the question. But it's, as I say, it would be a possibility, and I think it's right to ask the question, what is the added value of setting up a funding agency to do this review if you can't actually prove that it's some added value? And in those cases, we have tried to find added value from sort of open mode funding. I mean, there are added value of program grants because there are different specificities to the calls that the applicants have to adapt to. But if you have open mode programs and everyone can apply for those projects they want and they don't have any specificities, it's very difficult to find, for instance, in terms of when you study satisfaction index, that those who get the grant have a higher impact than those who didn't get the grant. But you have an impact in the increase in number of applications, and that's because they have a larger group. They have more research going on, so they get more publications, but they don't necessarily get any output in terms of excellence if you want to measure it by grants. So in that way, it's, I think it's useful to just ask the question.
Yes, here I'm taking kind of moderate prerogative to include a short comment. I may be terribly pessimistic, but I believe that seeing moving back to higher block grants for organizations is very highly unlikely. This whole process is driven by considerations that go beyond actually the distribution of different modalities. It goes down to including industry in this funding, offsetting the responsibility of governments to fund because there is not enough funding, there's not money in the coffers basically. So I don't think we will be seeing that. Now, interestingly though, we did a little study in my institute about that, and we actually found that the countries that are doing really well at the moment in science and innovation, and I call the high rollers, inevitably have 70% or above of funding distributed through block grants, and they are Switzerland, Denmark, and Israel we looked at, right? So all countries where the block grant funding has gone down to 30% don't seem to be doing too hot in any rankings of science and innovation, interestingly. So it's a very interesting issue, but I agree with Liv that we have to ask the question. Please, any more questions from the audience? Yes, please, yes.
Foundation for Polish Science. I was wondering if you could explain in a few more sentences, what did you mean by saying new ways of recruiting reviewers? What do you mean by those new ways or new methods to recruit people into the process?
I was just suggesting you should find new ways. I don't have any, but I mean, but of course, if we could try to do something like the NSF is doing by using the applicants, because they are really willing, and if they go bonus points if they're still about reviewers, and they are definitely capable of doing this. They should be the experts. So that's one way that could be. And then you, of course, have both problems with conflict of interest, so you have to handle in some very strict way. And then you also have the different kinds of problems. You could also have more conservative review in that way, because there will be, they will not take the high risks. Okay. Yeah. Franklin would like to say something.
An interesting experiment that we did at the NSF was to remove deadlines for grants, and that reduced oversubscription, and also it's helping in some cases with the amount of reviewers that we need. And when they went and asked the professors, it's that they did not have the rush of a deadline. The quality of the proposals appear to be increasing because they now have more time to have a well-polished project, as opposed to people that use the peer review process to get feedback on their own research, which also is increasing the amount of proposals that we get to review.
Okay, thank you very much. It's time now to move to our last panelists. Georg, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, all is said, but not by everybody. In order to save time, I skipped the first slide where I wanted to explain some complex theories of John Locke and Montesquieu and so on. So let me continue with the problem of reviewer fatigue. We already heard about that. Yeah, we have a problem to get reviews. It's necessary to have well-established reviewers, and those well-established reviewers, of course, they are well-known, and also by other research funding agencies and also by journals, and they have a lot to do. And DFG is not paying honorariums for reviewers. DFG is a self-governing organization. Let me explain you briefly what that means. The idea dates back to the 1920s, where the DFG was funded. And the idea is to give the money to the researchers, just give it to them and let them think about how they distribute this money amongst each others. And therefore we have the head office of DFG, and that's our job to distribute this money. The DFG has a constitution of a club, Yeah, it's like a football club. But the members of this club are the universities in Germany, which are, I think, about 150 or 180 members. Well, it's relatively easy for us to get reviews from German scientists. Because these scientists, one day they act as a reviewer, and the other day they act as an applicant. And therefore it's well justified to drive them to write a review for us. They feel obligated to write reviews for their peers. That's very important. But this system also has a disadvantage, which I call inbreeding, right? So it would be much more useful for us to have a certain share of reviews from abroad. And to get reviews from abroad is not easy because we don't pay for the reviews. We don't offer honorariums of 450 bucks each day. That's not possible for us. So there is no incentive for reviewers, let's say from the US or from France or whatever, to write a review for the German Research Foundation because they don't profit from that system. Yeah, often we get very brief, very short reviews. Sometimes we get meaningless reviews, and very often we have very negative or very positive reviews compared to the reviews from German reviewers. So for this problem, I don't have a solution, and yeah, as you just heard, there are we don't have new ways of recruiting reviewers, unfortunately. So the next and the last slide is about, is peer review suitable to identify path-breaking research? And to be honest, I think it is not. Would Albert Einstein have had success at DFG with his special relativity theory in 1906? Well, this would have been his first application at DFG. He was at that time not a very experienced scientist. He did not publish any preliminary work, and his ideas are of high risk, and the verification of those ideas is not easy, or was simply impossible at the beginning of the last century. And yeah, what is a useful application of the special relativity theory? I think 100 years ago there was not any application. Yeah, we thought about, at the DFG's head office, we thought about ideas how to fund completely foolish research ideas. And one of it would have been to have a joker for each review board member. So that means, yeah, the reviews, they are verified by so-called review board members that are elected scientists in Germany, and we have about 650 of them for each discipline, which covers each discipline. And we could, in theory, we could say each reviewer, each board member has one joker per year, where he or she can say, I want this proposal to be funded, although the reviews are not good. Well, this was just an idea, we never realized that. Another crazy idea was to reserve a certain amount of money and to have a kind of lottery with the proposals that are approved but cannot be funded due to shortage of the budget. Also, this idea was not realized. So let me come next to the realized ideas. One idea is the so-called first-time application. So imagine you are a young scientist, you have a very good idea, a very good research idea, but you don't have any preliminary work, and your CV is not, how should I say, not that impressive yet. And then you can declare yourself as a first-time applicant, and then the review criteria are a little bit different. So the emphasis is not taken on the recent research results, but it's the emphasis, the focus is on the good idea behind the proposal, behind the project. So this is one realized idea. The second is the so-called COSELEC program, which is a kind of, I just learned the word block grant. This is a kind of block grant for one single person. So imagine the other way around. You are a very well-established scientist. You have a completely foolish research idea. The only thing you have to do is to write a proposal with 5 pages, and the most important review criteria is your how good you are as a scientist and how crazy your research idea is. The risk of this research idea is very important. It needs to be completely risky. And then you can get an amount of up to 1 million euro over 5 years. And yeah, we received many, or at the beginning we received many of those applications, and most of them were not successful. But meanwhile we have a kind of balanced number of proposals, and yeah, some of them are successful or have been successful. And yeah, the COSELEC program is a kind of prize where you can apply by yourself. So that's the main difference to NSF and all the other nice pictures you have seen on the presentation of, at the presentation of Franklin. DFG is quite similar to NSF. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. Thanks a lot.
Okay, it's any questions to Georg from the audience? Yes, please.
Hi. Thank you very much for all the presentations. I wanted just to ask, because with time, with grants that don't allow us to risk too much, we got very conservative in a way, and therefore some of the reviewers are also us scientists who are quite conservative concerning the grants. So how would you like to deal with this when we are somehow used to deal with safe projects, let's say, when already preliminary work is done, etc.? It's been for dozens of years already that we function in such a system. NIH system from 70s is a little gone. So what are your comments on it?
Well, I invite you to, to comment on the good idea of the project, which is very important. I think it's not necessary always to have a look for the defaults of the proposal, but also for the chances of such a research idea may have. Yeah, that's difficult to answer.
I would say that one question that is especially important in Poland, I think the experience today, and it was not covered today yet, is peer review versus, say, bibliometric evaluation. So I think in Poland we see a tendency to concentrate on the latter way too much, and so I would like to ask the members of the funding agencies how much the bibliometry, this kind of statistic, how much they play a role during the peer review. And
Thank you. Please.
Usually in my panels, I try to steer the panelists away from that, particularly when you have multidisciplinary proposals. it is very hard to compare apple to apples if you're talking, in different fields. So how could you be fair with the proposals in the panel if you're paying attention to that? So it's usually the idea and the impact on student development, for example.
Yeah, at DFG, the measuring of or evaluation of a research project only based on bibliometry is, in our mind, not a good scientific behavior. For example, we reduced the number of citations in a proposal, of own citations. You only have the right to cite maximum 10 own citations in a review, in a proposal. And also in your CV, maximum number of citations is 10. Yeah. So even if you have a long list of, let's say, 250, 300 citations, literature research resources you can only mention 10 of them. The 10 most important papers you wrote ever in your life. So only this counts.
Yes, in ERC also we discourage panel members to look at the bibliometric factors in the evaluation, especially in the evaluation of the proposal, the research idea. Regarding the evaluation of the principal investigator, we also brief the panels to look into the research that they have done, but not looking at standard indices like H-index and so on. This is very much related also to the aim of ERC to try to identify high-risk, high-gain research. Okay? This is something that is, let's say, fundamental for us to have panels that they are able to identify those proposals. This is not easy because, as was said, peer review is intrinsically conservative. Okay? But we have to emphasize that they have to take risks, that the panels, they have to take risk. How we measure that? Well, it's not easy. Now in ERC, we are conducting an evaluation of the first 200 completed projects. And what we expect is to find some failures, okay? Projects that they were having too much ambitious aims, that they were not reached, okay? And if we don't have any failure, okay, it's really that we are not doing our job, because we should be funding high-risk, high-gain research. This evaluation is undergoing now, and we expect to have some results on this next year.
Excuse me, yes, but first I would like to ask you something. Did you mean that in Poland bibliometrics is used to reach decisions about individual grants?
Not in our agency, but there is a tendency from the government, I would say. Maybe not so much on the individual grant. It started with evaluation of departments, but it spread afterwards into individuals somehow, and this has been, I think, has had terrible consequences.
Yeah. Quite, but you see, the reason I asked is that in the UK at the moment, for example, we have this big discussion again, whether the national evaluation system, which evaluates organizations, units, should be peer review or indicators based. And around the world you have both systems, and they each have they distort behavior in different ways. They both distort it. But I never heard about using bibliometrics in kind of project-based funding, so I had to ask.
So
okay.
but it does play a big role. Well, but it's also in ERC, in our, you do in your applications, you do write about a number of citations, things like that. And so I was also curious how much panels take this into account. And well, I know for a fact that it also depends on the discipline. Like in mathematics, where I'm from, it doesn't play almost any role.
Okay, thank you. We have last question, I'm afraid.
So the question is to all of you. You say that you like to have risky projects. So how you deal with this risk? What will happen in NSF or ERC if somebody didn't publish a single paper out of the grant?
We have a program called Eager, for example. That's one that would accept proposals that would not fit the traditional panels or traditional disciplines. So if you have that idea that you think, it's so innovative that would not fit into one of the traditional categories, you're encouraged to submit to that kind of program.
Well, actually, nothing, okay? I think the funding is just to do the work that is in the grant agreement, in the description of work, to try to do your best to achieve those goals. But if in the way you find that the research that you are conducting is not leading you anywhere, okay, you can amend, send a request to change the way you will do research in case this is a significant change, or you can keep trying and reporting on what you have done. Typically, it's not that you end with no publications at all, but typically the publications, they are not in, let's say, publications with an important impact in the field of research. But yes, we do have cases like that. Okay.
Yeah, after a 3-year project at DFG, you need to write a report, and this report is reviewed. So the theoretical answer to your question is, if your project idea has failed, you don't have any publications, you write in your report why you have failed and everything's okay. In reality, this never happens. As Josie just mentioned, you have the right to change a little bit your research topic, and the most important thing is that the money we have spent is usefully applied to research. That's the most important, that's the basic.
I would like to add to that, because looking at those researchers who are really successful in both in applying for grants and in their research, some of them are very good at playing the game. They are playing the game with the Research Council, they are adapting to the calls, but they are still doing the best research. They know that the peer review is conservative, so they apply for things that they are already very good at. They have the basis, they have already done research, they can point to applications in the field, and then they know they need some space, they need some time to do the really good research, and they adapt. And they get all the money they want because they are good, but they have the track record, and then they have the space and room for doing what needs to be done to really put science forward.
Thank you. Now, again, I, of course, I have to have the last word because I was the moderator of this panel. You asked a very interesting question, because my answer would be, and the answer I've seen with a lot of research councils, it is a matter of how you balance your portfolio. Okay? So as an organization, you need to ensure that you fund excellent but relatively safe things, and you fund some things that may not be even that excellent, but they're high risk, high return things. Okay? And then, again, different councils deal with this in different ways, but the EPSRC in the UK, what they've started doing is they increased the size of the grant, because they said that they know that the researchers do what Liv just described, and they will allow them to do more of it. So the researchers would write a proposal, most of it will be safe, and they know that they will achieve the results they say they will achieve, and they will hide the risky part of it. So the PSRC said, okay, we'll give you more money to do this kind of game, right? But it is a very kind of careful balancing. Okay, thank you very much, and I think it is time to go for coffee if there is any left. I will be particularly sorry to see the cakes go, because they look very nice, and I really hope that we provoked you to think a bit more and in a bit different way about the issues involved in peer review. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, and let us meet again in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, not 50.
start the session number 2. Invite everyone to the hall. At the airport. Airport now. Removed. We should have also the agenda fund. We don't have that. Okay, I believe we should start. We are behind the schedule of the conference. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanna Różeńska, and I have a pleasure and honor to serve as a moderator of the second panel session of the conference, Science with and for Society. Can we have a slide with the photos and names of the panelists? Because together with my 4 distinguished colleagues, Mr. Norbert Steinhaus from Bonn Science Shop, Villa Bonn, Germany, Dr. Habilis Marcin Grünberg from the Institute of the Biochemistry and Biophysics of the Polish Academy of Sciences, as well as the Citizen of Academia initiative. I will explain a little bit further on this issue in a second. Dr. Agata Jurkowska from the AGH University of Science and Technology, Krakow, and Dr. Bartosz Wilczyński from the Institute of Informatics, University of Warsaw. We would like to invite you to the discussion on the wider public engagement in participation in the discussions on science. And let me give you a short introduction to this panel. We will stick to the traditional format of panel discussions, so we don't have PowerPoint presentations. We will just try to inspire you to develop with us further these problems. But as you all know, rapid advances in scientific research and innovation had led to a rise of very important, also difficult, and controversial ethical, legal, and social concerns that definitely affect the relationship between science and society. And our expectations toward science has changed significantly over the last 3-4 decades. And from the almost unquestioned and unconditional recognition on the value of the freedom of science and scientific freedom and the value of knowledge as such, we moved towards the situation in which we ask researchers to prove or to provide evidence that their research are beneficial, that they are in the best interest of the society. So science is no longer viewed as a source of objective, neutral, inherently valuable knowledge. But also it is expected to contribute to the development of societies, to education, learning, improvement of social welfare, public health and security. So as we are all of course aware that this relationship between science and society is extremely complex, but definitely is a two-way street. So we know that without scientific progress, there will be no social progress. But we also know that without social trust, support, and investment, the scientists will not be able to do their job properly. So that is why effective, transparent, mutually responsive communication and collaboration between science and society is of crucial importance today. And together with my colleagues, we would like to develop or explore this problem further. We would like to discuss the ways we can avoid potential conflicts or collisions between the needs of society and values shared within the society, explore ways to prevent innovations or research results from being rejected or perceived as useless, and the ways to set up a sustainable, effective, productive, transparent dialogue between researchers and scientists. But before we go deeper into these problems, let me say something, introduce my colleagues so we all know what they are working on right now. So Mr. Norbert Steinhaus, I said before, he's from Villa Bonn, and he's He's a specialist in agriculture. However, from the last 27 years, he has been working in and for the development of science shop, in particular, Bonn Science Shop. I'm not sure that you are familiar with the concept. Anyone? Okay, so let me explain. The Bonn Science Shop is a non-profit organization. Its goal is to build a bridge between science and civil society. And there are three, I believe, mottos: to motivate, to educate, provide tools, and to enhance collaboration. So to motivate people to get involved in causes that are important to society and environment, to provide the society with knowledge by facilitating them, the information generated by scientists, as well as with tools that will allow them to use the knowledge and take actions, and thus contribute to the democratic governance of science. Plus, also bring questions from the public to the attention of members of the scientific and academia community. So this is the general idea behind the Science Shop initiative. Since 2007, Norbert is a coordinator and international contact point of Living Knowledge, which is the International Science Shop network. He is also a co-founder of the Global Alliance on Community Engaged Research, the acronym is GAZER, that creates the platform for collaboration for representatives of universities, networks, and civil society. The Global Alliance was created in 2008. And he conducted a lot of research, international, EU-founded, on public engagement and educational projects for different social actors, including primary school and kindergartens, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is our first panelist. Dr. habilitowany Marcin Gryzberg works at the Institute of Biochemistry and Biopolitics at the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Biochemistry and biophysics.
I'm so sorry. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, of course. Sure. Absolutely. And his research focused on bioinformatics and theoretical biology. He is also a member of the initiating group of the Citizens of Academia, Poland. And let me explain what is it. The Citizens of Academia is a social, informal, and apolitical movement established by academics and scientists from various disciplines and various universities and research institutions. The main idea, the main aim of the academia is to create an internal forum for a dialogue among members of Polish academia and scientific community members on different key issues regarding the future of academia, such as the new approaches toward the educational system in Poland, in generally, in the rapidly changing world, as well as the role of science in contemporary societies. Dr. Agata Jurkowska, as I said, she works at the University of Science and Technology, Krakow, Poland, and she works at the Faculty of Geology, Geophysics, and Environment Protection. She's an expert in paleoclimatology and paleontology, and she's also one of the skills project awardees. She got a grant for science communication project within the Engage framework, and we will ask her to tell us more later about this project. Dr. Bartosz Wilczyński, I've mentioned already, he works in the Institute of Informatics, Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Mechanics, University of Warsaw. His scientific interests focus on computational biology approaches to gene expression regulation. And he's also one of the skills awardees, but he has two grants related to science communication within the Inter program and Engage program. We also would love to know more about this project later. So these are the experts, and I would like to start our discussion with the question addressed to Norbert. Norbert, I went to the website of the Bonn Science Shop, and the official website informs us that the initiative was created in 1984 in response to, quotation, outrage over the fact that scientists conduct their research in the ivory tower to no benefit to the public. And the Science Shop was created as a bridge between the scientific findings on the one hand and the questions by persons on the other, end of the quotation mark. So I believe it may be said that we are entitled to say that this initiative, the Bonn Science Shop, was in fact, it preceded the development of the idea of responsible research and initiative. So the idea which has been, it still is, a part of several European frameworks, and today it is considered to be cross-cutting issue in Horizon 2020. Could you explain us a little bit deeper what the RRI, Responsible Research and Innovation is? Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you very much. And so maybe when you quoted now the Science Shop and you brought the term of the ivory tower, which is of course now a term I would avoid because it causes some kind of restriction and doesn't help to continue with the discourse and the communication afterwards. But it's not just the Bonn Science Shop. The Science Shop idea was developed a bit earlier than our organization started. It's originated in the Netherlands already in the late 60s. So it took a while until it came to Germany. And of course, there are different concepts, university-based science shops and non-university-based science shops as contact points for civil society requests and as mediators between civil society and research resources. But in fact, it's right. Science shops are cooperating on the international level now for 15 years and even a bit longer. And maybe they have contributed to the development of the idea of responsible research and innovation. At least they are very important, from my understanding, very important actors in the field of public engagement, which I will explain a bit later, is a core element, or one of the core elements of responsible research and innovation. But I'm just asking you, as you are as I think are mainly from the academic world, who of you has heard about responsible research and innovation? Is there anybody? Is it a new concept to you when I now start talking about it? So a few of you already have heard about that. Okay. So there's a short definition of responsible research and innovation, which probably my colleagues from the RRI Tools project do not really like. It's made by Hilary Sutcliffe from the UK. RRI is using technology for social benefit without causing more problems than one can solve. This is, of course, a bit short when we go a bit into depth on the term of responsible research and innovation. It's about doing science and innovation with and for society in an upstream way to align outcomes of the processes and the research and innovation activities with the values of society, which is already hard enough. But it has to be understood as an umbrella term for different aspects related to research and research policy and policy agendas on the European or maybe even on the global level. So there are policy agendas on open access, on gender mainstreaming, on science education, on ethics, and on public engagement. And responsible research and innovation tries to be the roof, the umbrella for all these policies which come into action. And as you already said, thank you, it's a concept in the Horizon 2020 calls, in the Horizon 2020 framework program. It's about a shared responsibility for processes and outcomes of innovation. And maybe we can talk about 3 commitments when it comes to responsible research and innovation. It's about having a holistic impact, so a social, ethical, environmental, cultural, economic impact
and benefits in all these fields. It's about societal involvement, so the development and assessment and governance of research with societal values, and it has to do with transparency, even a radical transparency, to create trust and accountability. So, of course, it's very difficult to combine all these under one research project or even under one funding scheme. So, what makes a research responsible? And one of the questions or discussion points always comes with this probably unluckily chosen term by the European Commission, is my research irresponsible? Of course it is not. But when we talk about responsibility, we have to consider that research nowadays is in many cases no longer in the hands of one individual. So we're talking about research results taken up by other research teams and another research team. And so the outcomes are no longer in the view of the initial researcher. We are talking about research which has impacts in the second or third generation after the results were found. So when thinking about setting up a research and an innovation process, responsible research and innovation tries to combine all relevant stakeholders from the very beginning of the process to make them cooperate, co-create knowledge, and share the responsibility for the processes and the outcomes. I don't know how much time I have to talk on. I could talk for hours on that. And sometimes, of course, when I listened to the presentations this morning, and maybe I can go on here a bit more into detail, I felt a bit like a strange duck in the pond, because coming from an NGO, a bit outside of the academic world, I just wanted to say that there is life outside of the academic world. There are needs and there are constraints when it comes to research and research results. And maybe you can remember discussions about big data collection in various fields when it comes to the implementation or the application of drones for picture making. So there are a lot of concerns coming from society regarding innovation processes. And so when one of the quotes we try to bring in when it comes to talking about the vision of a responsible research and innovation is that we are not looking for the best science in the world, but we want to have the best science for the world. And so why should one get into a process on responsible research and innovation? We think, and from our NGO perspective and the science shop background, we think that cooperation in the research creates opportunities. Both sides, or both sides is maybe too narrow, all sides, all involved stakeholders can get inspiration through the diversity of the group that starts to discuss. It offers access to resources, it opens up ideas and probably new research topics. It's possible to develop new partnerships, to get transdisciplinarity into the research project on an innovation project. And it's about shared responsibility. It's a way of making use of specific knowledge if you involve broader stakeholder groups. It's about multi-actor engagement in research and the co-creation of the future. And when you have a look at projects which are currently running under Horizon 2020, so there are a couple of activities going on to further develop the implementation of the vision of responsible research and innovation. That it's about curriculum development in higher education institutes. There are projects running around communication, about structural change in research organizations or developing knowledge sharing platforms. And what the RI Tools project, as one of the last projects funded under the 7th framework program, tries to deliver here is a set of tools which help to improve activities in a field of the research and innovation process where one might think it would be useful to improve it. So there are access possibilities to these tools via policy agendas or via stakeholder groups, and I can say that we will have this toolbox of the RRI Tools project online mid-January, so that you are all invited to check it, to work with it, hopefully for the next calls in Horizon 2020, and give us feedback and contribute to the further development of this toolbox. So I stop here and...
And I would like to develop slightly deeper this question or issue of RI tools, because we already know that the public engagement is essential, is necessary, and we have to work on it. So my question to Martin is, well, how to do that? I mean, what conditions have to be fulfilled to allow non-scientists to get involved in discussions on science? What tools we can use to do that properly?
Well, good evening, afternoon. And it's, well, one thing, sorry, I'm still thinking of what you said.
Sure.
And I think what is important to add about our RI tools, since I was also a little bit involved in it, is to add that the most important point, maybe I'm wrong in here, is the acceptance of new applications that are products of the Horizon 2020 projects by societies, right? For example, new product that will be paid by EU and will be accepted by the society, not rejected. Because it's a loss of money, basically, right? We have an idea, but nobody wants it. So it's very important in the application area. But to come back to your question, I think the whole process, especially in countries like Poland, it's education. From my point of view, everything is about education. Because non-scientists don't know a lot about us, and we don't know a lot about what others think of us. So a very typical situation, I take a train and we chat with people, and they ask what I do. Well, I'm a biologist. So you produce chimeras of human and apes, right? That's the way people think, right? It's a dangerous guy doing dangerous things. So, why? It's because they don't really know what I'm doing. And the point in here, in fact, is to popularize all aspects of science, both how funny it is and what hurdles are on the way. I think this is very important to show to the society what our work is, in fact. It's one of the things, and it can be done in different ways via media, and what is important from my point of view is also personal, right? So if someone is not experienced in media, it's better just to talk to people, right? What you do, and that it's not as dangerous as half of the population thinks of. The most important point from all of them are children, and teaching them at every level, kindergarten and beyond, to teach them how science works and what scientists do, and maybe visit kindergartens. I did it. And if you can, it's hard. You have 15 minutes slot, no more, maybe 20. But it's really fun, and you can see a different angle. From the point of view of people like who were on the panel before us, I think that the most important point in here is to make so-called reversed workshops, where people take the roles of the other side, right? I think it's a bright idea to step into someone else's boots and to see shoes and to show them how tough it is, for example, to decide on what to grant, right, for example, and on what conditions. So for scientists, it can be a tough job to be on the other side. And the last point on this education step, I would say, it's our students, and especially the way you involve them at the universities. From my point of view, the faster you involve them in real scientific projects, the better it is for everyone. I know it's very tough to teach them the basics and not to commit so many mistakes at the very beginning, and people prefer to take more experienced people than the first, second year students, but believe me, it's if you motivate them, if they like it, they will stay with you or with someone else nearby. You ask about conditions to be fulfilled. Conditions to allow non-scientists to get involved in discussion on science. I think the major point in here is to let non-scientists but experts in several fields in decision making at universities. I think it's a serious step. It happened already in many places, not in Poland yet. But I think it's very important to let business, NGOs, and others to help on decisions. Maybe it wouldn't work, but I think it's worth trying. The other way, which happens, is as for grants, for real scientific projects, is to involve end users. And it happens also already in many places, also in Poland, hopefully, more and more. And I think it's really bright, especially for the applications, the grants that involve programs for disabled. These ideas are really fantastic, where the disabled are helping to develop, I don't know, for example, applications, mobile applications for them. And the last point in here is, I think, that scientists should learn how and what for to interact with the society. In Poland, we are not really taught to interact with the society during studies, as far as I remember. I don't think we are taught how to do it, and what is important in these interactions. And I think it would be great just to know how to do it, not to learn it on the way, because there is not much time left. Open labs, biocurious aquariums, and many other places where people just do science without colleges, without universities, already happens, right? They don't need us anymore. They just graduate and do the job outside. So there is a big line of a new, let's say, fashion to do science outside of traditional scientific areas. So it's another issue.
Thank you very much. But of course, there are scientists who know or who are involved in public engagement activities. And Agata and Bartosz, they both won grants from the foundation within the skill program. Agata, could you tell us a little bit more about your project?
Of course. So let's start science popularization in practice. My project, 4 Elements of Geology, was carried out under the ENGAGE program. The project was born a few years ago, but started to develop during all my workshops, lectures, and other activities associated with science popularization, for example, researchers' nights or science festivals. Of course, people with whom I work and become contractors in the project have great influence on it. The main idea of the project was to present the geological science for people who are not scientists, in other way to communicate the science to non-scientists. Other goal of the project was to present the people for whom geology is passion. The project consisted of 2 parts. First of them was writing a book, and another was leading the workshop, lectures, and field works for a group of high school students from Krakow and neighboring towns. Why high school students? Because they are about to choose their own educational path. Unfortunately, the education program includes only few geological topics in high school and in gymnasium. That's why even if the young people choose geology as their faculty of study, to be honest, they don't know which kind of science they deal with. The book title, same as project, 4 Elements of Geology, address the most important themes in subject of geology. For example, the creation of Earth, origin of water on Earth, or the plate tectonics theory, but also describes some nice geotouristic sites. It contains a lot of pictures and it's written in simple language, what makes it quite good for wider audience. The second part of the project, leading 4 workshops. Each of workshops were dedicated to one of the elements: fire, water, air, and soil. The workshops were interactive, what means that the participants made their own some experiments, tasks, and based on obtained results, they formulated their thesis. The fieldworks were designed to show the reality of geological works in a field. During the fieldworks, the participants could collect their own samples of stones, fossils, and minerals, and to create their own collections. The substantial result of the project is, of course, a book, which quickly gained popularity. The project showed also that there is a demand for such a position, which are almost non-existent on the publishing markets. All the participants gave us positive feedback, and almost more than half of them are interested in studying of geological science in future. Most the participants collect their own collections. For me, this project was a great opportunity to achieve new skills in science popularization and team working management. It was the first project which I realized as a whole, I mean not single workshop or lecture, which allowed me to present the wide range of knowledge by using different techniques. Moreover, for me as a scientist, writing a book was a quite new experience, which not only increased my knowledge, but also improved my skills in knowledge transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bartosz, your situation is slightly different because you got 2 grants, Inter-program and Engage program. Please tell us more about these 2 projects, goals, results. And I'm also interested in the connection between your main studies and research fields and the projects, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be speaking here, although I have to admit that I do not really feel at all distinguished, and I have to say that I'm really a beginner in trying to reach out to the broader society. And my involvement in this project skills was a bit of a slippery slope, in this sense that when I came back from my postdoc in Germany, I was very much my plan was basically to focus on cutting edge research and really spend most, if not all of my time on finding new things in the regulatory genomics field, which was my passion. But then as I began working as an assistant professor here, I started realizing that, and one important thing one should note is that I'm also a bioinformatician or a computational biologist, so by definition, my research is interdisciplinary. And one thing that we often miss in discussions about how to foster interdisciplinary research is that it actually is, in a way, outreach outside of your field. So in this sense, I am not a trained biologist, and virtually all of my projects are conducted in collaboration, close collaboration with biologists who are not trained mathematicians. So in this sense, my ability to reach out to people from outside my field who did not go through the same courses, who basically their field of expertise is pretty much very often not connected to mine. So in this sense, the skills I needed in my day-to-day collaboration with experimental biologists were very important, very importantly needed also here. So my two projects were actually, the first one was very directly connected with the interdisciplinary nature of my work, which was, and the topic there was basically using relatively complex computational approaches to help biologists understand epigenetic signatures that they find in mouse and fly brains. So basically the question there is on the mechanistic, basically dissecting the mechanistic parts of the long-term memory from those that are just transient. And there is not much, and this is pretty much as challenging as it gets when it comes to popularizing this. Like, how do you actually boil down this kind of research to a 2-minute elevator pitch where you can actually explain to a non-specialist why would you actually want biologists to work with mathematicians on that, and what would be interesting for mathematicians to get involved in such a project that is very close to the cutting edge of molecular biology. So this was for me a very good opportunity to actually think hard about what is it in this project that was really understandable on the basic level. And if something was understandable on the basic level, it was really useful in kind of getting the message across of why would anyone actually want to do such research. So this was very helpful. If anything, it was definitely very helpful for me. So this was this project that was through presenting this, I actually gave a few other lectures to more broader audiences that were discussing how regulation of the genome can actually be of importance for medical and other applications. But then over time I was also realizing when I was teaching students at the university that this divide of fields of when we actually become, because at some point we do become specialists, and all of us, not only scientists but also in job market, people become specialized, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we actually become that way too early, in my opinion, in the sense that now, as I was in the process of the second project, which was in the Engage sub-theme, which actually was outreach to high school students, where I actually even talked to middle school students, and also some of the meetings included some students from the undergraduate level. It's very early that people decide whether they're interested in biochemical parts of the science fields, or whether they're in the mathematics department. And it's as early as the middle school, they are forced to think about their job choices, or whether they want to be medical doctors, or whether they want to be computer scientists or computer programmers. And I think that this forces them to kind of push many questions away from their field of interest. So this is why we wanted to build this platform for high school students, pretty much anyone interested, to
to actually look into how programming, computer programming, can actually be useful in other fields. In particular, there's many many problems that they can try to solve using pretty much any method they want, which are inspired by fields of science such as biology or chemistry or physics, and usually the easiest way to solve them is actually by using a computer. So this is kind of our little way of bridging this gap, which I think is underappreciated when it comes to discussions about science and societies. And I think as we become, so maybe if that my message can be that if when we're discussing about outreach, we should also think about outreach between disciplines, and I think that this is in fact very similar, and also this needs to be done very early in the sense that kind of bringing even to high school messages about how these fields are actually, eventually when we come to the border of what we know, they all become very similar.
Thank you very much. I think at this point we can allow ourselves for a couple of questions from the audience. Are there any questions, comments, requests for clarification, or yes? Mic is coming.
Yes, I was very pleased to hear a number of these presentations, but I was a bit mystified about the discussion of research that has more...
Excuse me, could you speak a little bit louder? We can hardly hear you.
I heard several very good presentations here, but I was a bit mystified by this idea of research that has more unwanted results than wanted. I would think that it's particularly difficult to figure that out ahead of time, and I would have thought the obvious point is that if there are unwanted developments, then you do research on how to mitigate those. And there have been good examples of civic society involved directly in science. Galileo was confined in house arrest for many, many years as a result of civic society intervening in science. And I'm not sure that's the model that you wish to use. It does seem to me, as part of growing movements in Europe which seem to want to restrict technological development and freeze the continent in a space which is actually untenable. In a meeting in Brussels recently, labor leaders described how the advantages of the permanent employment and secure employment that existed in Scandinavia. But I don't think they were referring to Nokia. And the problem is that you have a very vibrant global economy, and if we don't move forward with faster development, then we will be overtaken. So the idea that there's some value to slowing research and slowing technological development, given the pressing problems we have, strikes me as very misconceived.
Thank you very much for the comment. I believe there is Marcin. You'd like to say something?
Well,
reply?
Yeah. I'm not certain I heard everything. I'm sorry. We a little bit cut off the audience, but what I wanted to comment, if I understood it correctly, citizen science, which I did not comment. I mean, I didn't mean it during my previous talk. It's at Citizens of Academia. We have a project which is called Edu Action, and the idea is to develop, to meet scientists with teachers, and we develop citizen science projects, small citizen science projects at schools. It's one of the ways to go, to teach students how to deal with citizen science projects where you deal with real but small projects, but to go into not slowing it down but going forward, moving forward. I coordinate a project where we involve students in and around Olsztyn, city north of Poland, in searching and isolation of real lactic acid bacteria from milk. And this way we found strains of such bacteria that have some characteristics better than all the ones that we have in our bank. So it may help, because we are just a few scientists, you know, doesn't matter how many. We still are much less than 200 kids doing the job, okay? And learning how to deal with scientific projects. And we would never be able to analyze and find all those, you know, all the places where the last cow of the old lady can be found somewhere in a remote place. This is it. And so basically you can gain out of it if you design it in a good way.
Norbert?
Yes, thank you. I hope I understood you right, that your concerns were a bit about that research and innovation processes are slowed down through these kind of new ideas and new visions of, let me say, like the new ideas and new visions. I always get a bit sad when I hear these kinds of comments, because for me it's more seeing the benefits of changing a system. And just to make sure, when we talk about responsible research and innovation, we are not talking about one size fits all or replacing one system by the other. So we are offering different tools. We have a hammer and we have a scalpel, and you do not want to dissect a frog with a hammer, and you do not want to build a house with a scalpel. So we have to find out what applies best in a situation, what helps us to improve our research and innovation processes. And just to make sure to be understood right, it's to build in these kind of processes, I think, and this is nothing new, it's about building trustworthy relationships. But in a broader sense than probably just between research and industry or scientists and governance, but on a broader basis with all stakeholders who might have some kind of, who might be affected by research and innovation processes. And not to be misunderstood, research integrity is at the core of these processes. It's not giving up these ideals we have about research, but it's adding value to the research, which could be done by involving new people into the processes, in the processes of review, in the processes of evaluation of what is done. And it's about saving resources. As Marcin already said, when you come with an evaluation of a product which is almost ready to be introduced to the market, and then you find out nobody wants it, yeah? So why not trying to implement this process from the very beginning? And very beginning of the process is the research agenda setting, not when the research agenda is set and then involve more stakeholders into the process.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah. I'm Margaret from the National Research Center in Development, and I would like to address the question which concerns so-called social innovation. I would like to ask our panelists to try to define, elaborate more, what do you understand as this social innovation? Because what concerns my opinion is something which is written on the table, which means science with and for society. So in general, it's like a solving of crucial societal problems with the use of science and for the benefit of the society and with the science. So I would like to know your opinion also.
Bartosz?
I'm not sure if
I'm not sure if I'm really the first one that should go, but why not? So as a computer scientist, I have to say that for me the first thing that comes to my mind is all of the very interesting and new ways in which we can utilize computers and computer networks such as internet to basically spread the word about new findings, but also get people engaged. So it has never been as easy for citizens who are interested in science to get involved in various ways. So it began, I think, well, at least I'm not an expert, but for me it began with multiple projects like SETI at Home, where people's computers were used to help scientists find whether there is any surprising or suspect signals from what the telescopes are seeing. But there's many more projects like that. There's many projects which involve what is called gamification of different tasks, where you can basically build systems that utilize social networks or other new means of communications, which are very popular among young people, I am told. Then you can basically use those, and has been in bioinformatics, there has been also very many interesting cases where people have been the teams of people playing computer games, trying to fit the best conformation of a protein, were actually made the co-authors of a Nature paper. So I think that there is multiple ways in which we can actually crowdsource or somehow use these new social places where it seems that a lot of what has been happening in the society is moving to these technological platforms, and whether we like it or not, it seems to be that a lot of the lives of children is happening there. And while we should probably be careful, I think it actually is a very good place to try new things when it comes to engaging public in scientific projects.
Thank you very much. Do we have another comment, question? Yes? Yes? Sorry, we simply are. Okay, I have a question to our panelists, because Bartek, you've mentioned this problem. Definitely, we know that pursuing career in science, it's a huge challenge. Being a scientist is a way of living. It's not a profession as such. And it's definitely a very competitive area of life, time-consuming. And when you as a scientist decide to get involved into this kind of projects, science communication or public engagement projects, definitely you must be aware that you are doing this at the expense of time and resources, including sleep, let's say, you could dedicate to work on your research hypothesis, problems, questions. So my question is, what makes you, I mean, drawing from your experience, what makes you and other scientists to get involved into this kind of activities? So what is the motivation behind the researchers have when they decide to enter this domain of activity? Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure. As you said in the beginning, my studies were on agriculture, but I joined the science shop immediately after having finished my studies and entering a complete new field of activity. Not really complete new, because engagement for to help others was already part of my activity during the studies. I was engaged I was student representative in many boards of the university. So I just continued what I did there instead of continuing with the content I learned. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if I can really describe it as a motivation I took from somewhere to do it then. So it was there. It was this probably idealistic view of doing something for the benefits of others, where I see that there are deficits. I don't know. It's probably not a good answer, but not an answer for a career path, but maybe to show that when deciding at an early age for something, that it doesn't have to run until the end of your life. Although, I'll give you a personal story, my father was really complaining when I joined the science shop and asked, how can you work for this kind of, environmental NGO with a limited contract? And I said, oh, Dad, when you leave university, it's common that you don't have a contract until the end of your life. Yeah. In one company, and now I'm working for 27 years for the science shop, so even this might change. No, anyway, so I think it's not just the academic education you get, it's more skills you need, and the more skills one develops, the more fields of activity open for future professions and business. But one question we might probably discuss after is what does it mean for a researcher when he or she gets into a research project, investing time and losing time for the academic career? So what should be changed in this field?
That's a very good question. Barley, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that I think that this is not necessarily the right notion to think about popularization or outreach as a distraction from science. So on one hand, in simple terms, you could think that it takes away hours that I could put into research, but I think it actually is very useful kind of to, especially definitely for my field. I don't know, maybe it's elsewhere it's different, but it's, if we are dealing with very, very specialized and detailed questions, we should, I think it's very beneficial at least, to step back a little bit, and outreach forces us to really step back a little bit, rethink what is really the important part, what is where is this going, instead of pursuing kind of what comes out from my latest research answer to my last research question. So I think it gives a certain distance and time to reflect on the relative importance of different projects.
Yeah?
For me, my motivation is my past. I mean, 20 years ago I found my first fossils. It was an ammonite, and after that, after 20 years I've got a big collection, and I am now a researcher, and also I think I'm a quite good researcher. So for me, the motivation is the people. I mean, that I want to show, especially for young people, that they can have the passion and they grown with it, and after that they can be a researcher. So for me, it's not a choice between my research and not a choice between my time and energy for the research and for such a project like Engage project. It just one surface. I mean, it just the whole of my work. I wouldn't divide it between these two things. So.
Thank you. By profession, I'm a bioethicist and a research ethicist as well. And I also believe that apart from all the inborn, let's say, idiosyncratic, temperamental issues that leads you to this kind of professional choice, or to which forces us to step out and say to audience what we are doing in our labs and offices, I believe also this certain ethical sensitivity is essential. I mean, in the sense that the notion of responsible research and innovation is also based, as you mentioned this, on research integrity principles, right? And you have to be open-minded, you have to be sensitive to values which are already there in the world, and and to be willing to understand them, to respond to them, to include them in your research work. Because they will somehow, maybe not define, but they will put a certain constraint on the choice of your topics, slightly of course, methods, etc., etc. So a part of all this soft interpersonal skills you definitely have to be able to communicate effectively with laypersons. I would say also the certain amount of ethical, moral even, sensitivity is important, and that's why the ethics is one of the dimensions of responsible research and innovation. I believe we have time for the very, very last question from the audience. Okay, I understand it's 6:30, pretty late. We want to thank you on behalf of my colleagues. I would like to thank you very, very much for staying with us and getting involved in the debate on science in and for society. Have a lovely evening, and thank you very much for this afternoon.
Thank you very much. We've reached the end of the first day of our conference, so let me just use this occasion to thank again all the speakers, all the panelists for their contribution. And the conference will continue tomorrow. We'll start at 9 a.m. here in the same place. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. For those for our foreigners who attend the dinner tonight, I have a practical information. If you would like to go to the hotel first, so my colleagues Monika and Agnieszka will take you there, and then from the hotel to the dinner venue. If you would like to walk and do not go to the hotel, then you're requested to stay for, let's say, for 15 to 20 minutes, and I will take you. You can walk there. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.